Listen up. Get those hands in the air. Clap, clap. Clap, clap, clap. Clap those hands. Give me a hell yeah. Welcome to the lounge. This is where we do it. Nothing but a good time.
Alright guys, we're back with you this morning. Good morning everybody. I hope everybody's doing alright this morning. I'm gonna send out some messages, get Brandon in here. Message Lois.
Christy Holstein.
She's awake.
Morning.
There's my beautiful girl joining us. Hey baby. Monday. Yeah, actually Lois is probably in bed. She had to work last night. Alright, so we'll get
Christy Holstein
in here.
Hey, hey.
Anybody else that wants to join us, welcome to those on TikTok. Just a quick announcement about that. I am working on getting that straightened out where we can chat with you guys through TikTok as well. It's a little more challenging. The overall problem is Facebook, or not Facebook, but the Restream platform controls the way that the chat goes through. So I can stream on YouTube and the chat will go through no problem. I can stream on Facebook, I get the same thing. If I stream through Facebook, I cannot see the chat. If I stream through TikTok, cannot see the chat. If I stream through Twitch TV, cannot, I can see the chat with Twitch, but there's some stuff you got to do to get it to work, but it does work. So, trying to figure out the best way to do that. So, just bear with us. I'm not sure Brandon's dropped in yet or not. We're about to find out. Tell Brandon we're on YouTube, old man.
Sending to Brandon.
Send. Last night, guys, I have no idea what happened. I don't know what got deactivated or activated or what, but I could not hit the autopilot at all. It just shut off and it stayed off, no matter what I did. So, and that was in the 737-600. So I ended up closing the flight. We didn't crash or nothing. I didn't let it go that far. But I closed the flight and just said, you know what, we'll deal with doing that another time. So I don't know what happened. I don't know what went on to even cause that. I don't know if I did it or if it was weather and we ran into something. I don't know. No idea. But it is what it is. That's how I see it. So, there you have it.
Brandon Armstrong.
There's Brandon.
Morning all.
Good morning, Brandon. How are you, brother? We did we was on a couple different channels last time we did our stream, and I was surprised to see one individual show up, but which I don't care who watches. Watch for entertainment reasons or watch for something to go gossip about. Um, I'm kind of leaning toward the second thought there on why. But I don't care because the one thing that we don't do here is go on about people, you know. We kind of just do our flying, mind our own business, and obviously if someone's got like if there's stuff going on, we might approach the idea of, maybe a bit of a discussion on things, but then we just move on because I don't know about others, but I've learned that it does no good to stay focused on that stuff. It's just a waste of time, waste of energy, and at the end of the day, you get nowhere with some. You don't get anywhere, no matter what. No matter if you're right or not, it won't matter. So, anyway. It was interesting to get the 737 back out. But now that I see everything that goes on in the triple, I can see how, doing updates for the 737, which supposedly that's happening, but of course, we'll see, I guess. I can't wait though because it won't be long. It will not be long, and we'll get to dive into some ventures ourselves, and I think it's going to be most exciting. Get to meet some new people, get to do some new things, and I think that that's going to be, like I said, overall, I think that's going to be exciting. I am trying to get some interviews set up. I'm going to start doing that whenever I can. Whether it's interviews with pilots that don't fly outside the sim, flight simming pilots rather, or interviews with those that do fly outside the sim and in the sim. I think it'd be interesting to get more than one perspective on some of the different things that you do inside the flight simulator. When it comes to the one thing that I will say that's pretty straight cut, and that's the flows don't change no matter what pilot it is. You got flows that need to happen before you take off, before you start, after you start, before you taxi, after you taxi, before you take off, and after you take off. There might be some customization to that, but overall, it's pretty much the same right down the middle. One guy that I really like, I like turning your guys' attention to, and I'm going to look for him here because I can't tell you what his name is. But he does really, really good reviews on stuff. See if I can find him. He's not from the United States. He's from the UK maybe, or let's see. Let's see if I can find. I can't think of his name. Let's see if I can find him here. Yeah, so right here, 320 sim. And this guy's a real pilot too. I think this is him right here. Let's see. I'll let you guys hear it. Let me make sure it's him first. Okay, yeah, I think this is him. Let me now keep in mind, guys, that this is a real pilot too, so it's not going to be screen reader stuff included. So you can give it to you raw, coming at you raw. Hold on. Here we go. This guy's real cool. Alright, Brandon, can you guys hear that? I just paused it because I want to make sure you guys can hear it, but right here. Or baby, can you hear it? I was thinking you were... You what? Okay, Brandon, can you hear that? She's going to sleep. I think so.
Brandon Armstrong. Yes.
Okay. So we're going to listen to a little bit of it just to show you how detailed this guy is. He's really good, and there's a lot you can follow because there's a lot of stuff that you do in the sim, no matter if you're blind or not. Let's listen.
Hello everyone and welcome to another video with me.
Okay, real quick. That sound, that's what I would like to figure out how to do is do stuff like that where it does the airplane coming at you and stuff like that. I don't get how people are doing that. I know it's got to do with the drone views and all that. It's a little tricky, but anyway, here we go.
320 sim pilots, and today we are taking another look at the PMDG 777-300ER. This will be a tutorial to show you how to set up the aircraft for its arrival, fly the descent, the approach and a landing. We're going to do that into Cape Town here in South Africa. I have previous videos on the channel showing you how to get it started all the way from cold and dark through to the taxi outs, takeoff, climb and cruise to this point here. So do watch those videos first, but if you've already managed to get this far, then this tutorial will be for getting you on the ground again. I'm a real-world airline pilot, currently flying the Boeing 787, but I am also type-rated on the Boeing 777, so hopefully I can bring some real-world experience to your home simulations and give you some of that extra context. This video will help you out even if you're a beginner to Boeings or long-haul aircraft or even jet aircraft in general, but will also give you those extra tips and tricks if you're used to flying these airplanes in the simulator as well. As I say, we're continuing the flight, so we've done a long 12 hours down to Cape Town and we're now approaching our top of descent. So how do we get the airplane ready to fly the arrival? That's what we're going to look at today. Let's get started. So here we are on the flight deck then of our 777, and we are approaching the top of descent. You can actually see it here on the navigation display, top of descent T/D. So we need to get the airplane ready for our arrival. We've been sitting in the cruise in speed mode, so the throttles are controlling the airspeed. LNAV, so lateral navigation, following the magenta line that we planned out, and VNAV path. VNAV path is the vertical mode you'll spend most of the flight on in these long-haul Boeings. It just means that it's following where it wants to be at 38,000 feet. And we'll talk about the different modes and autopilot modes we'll use for the descent when we get to that point. So that will come very shortly. So we need to do a few things to get the airplane ready to fly the descent.
Okay, before we go on, there was something that he said that was very interesting because we never hear about these different modes, and that's why I'm also showing this for the autopilot modes. There's more than one autopilot mode, right? So pay attention, try to follow us the best you can, even being a blind flight simmer. Let's just listen. I'll pause when it comes to it, but just have a listen.
First of all, I want to just quickly talk about the navigation display. You'll see I have terrain on, which is showing me the terrain around the aircraft, and you can see the higher terrain is shown at 10,100 feet. So that'll be the strongest green color over here. You could also press WXR and have the weather radar. So typically at night, at least one pilot will have the weather radar on at all times. But if you're on a lovely day like this today and you can see the ground and there's no clouds out there at all, stunning day, then there's a chance you'd go to terrain instead, because you know there's no weather out there. But this might just give you a bit of a prior warning or give you some idea of the terrain around you, because it does show you the altitude numbers there. But there we go. So what do we need to do first to get the airplane ready? Well, we need to figure out how or what arrival we're expecting to fly. So you'd actually go and grab a weather for the airport you're expecting to land in. You can do that on the com page, and depending if you have your network set up properly in the PNDG, you can go to flight information, and then you would go to ATIS request, and then you could type it in there. So we're going to land at fact, type it in, and then you could choose your source, but I don't have it set up right now. But yeah, you could send it like that, and then you may receive your ATIS if you're using VATSIM network, for example, and there was a controller there. You could select VATSIM and it would send it through and you'd arrive. However, something you can actually do, which is quite neat, is go to the performance tool, go to landing en route, and then you can just import the weather here. So I can see it's variable winds, 13 degrees, QNH 1023. Now this doesn't tell me the clouds and visibility, but it's good enough for just setting up the airplane for now. You would of course check the weather properly. You could either do that through another external source, or you can actually go to weather meter and then have a look for any airports nearby. So here's Cape Town.
Okay, so something I want to point out here. This is where I think that is something that it would be nice if we could get more stuff focused on being able to look at weather, and also you know, we do weather when we take off, right? We load the weather under the leg page. We do the weather data for taking off, and then we go to the descent page and we hit the forecast, and then we load it. I think the difference is we should probably do the forecast when landing, not before taking off. And we're gonna, Brandon, if you can remember that, remind me not to do forecasts on the descent page on this flight today, okay? Because I'm going to try to put some of this to the best of our ability, try to follow some of this other stuff that they do. And the second most important question is, are we able to do some of these other modes? I'm curious to see what he's going to show here. And if you got questions, save them, because I have emailed this guy, and I have want to give you guys a chance to ask questions too. That way I can send it to him and ask questions, because he does answer when people reach out to him. He's not, he doesn't, oh, well, I'm not talking to this guy, but that guy I'll talk to. Nope, not talking to that guy, but that guy I'll talk to. So, really cool, dude. So let's listen.
And if you're lucky, Microsoft Flight Simulator will show you one, but it doesn't always, as you can see here. So there we go. So we know the weather we need for the performance. What this does tell me is with light winds, we could land on either runway. So the next step is I need to set up the box, just like we would have done on the Airbus. Let me get rid of that com page. There we go. So I need to set up the CDU down here with the arrival and the flight plan, because at the moment that top of descent doesn't actually know how we're going to land. It just has a blank space. If we look in the legs page, it just ends at AirDAS, which is the end of our flight plan, and it doesn't have any more in there. So if we go home,
meet the vacation besties. New foods, they're first in line.
Ads,
New
guys.
adventures, they're already there.
go to the flight bag and go to our charts, whatever charts you happen to be using. If I go to star, I can see there are 2 arrivals via AirDAS.
Now, if you guys remember, that's what I've been doing lately. I've not been setting up the arrival until we get closer, right? So, just to show that was, a good call that I made there.
So that's perfect. One onto runway 19. and run onto the other runway, which is runway 01. So I'm going to plan to fly onto and land on runway 19 today, so I'll just highlight that, and then the approach chart needs to connect to that. So ILS Zulu runway 19, I'm expecting this chart here. Great. So now I'm going to go to my departure arrival page. I'm going to choose the ILS I'm expected to fly. That's the wrong one. You see FAOR. This is gone automatically to the arrivals for our departure airport, because I did a slightly different flight plan to what we did earlier. So you need to go departure arrivals, and if you're on the wrong page, you can see here this is not where we're going. And the real aircraft does this as well. You have to go to index and then arrival, and then you can choose what you want. So I'm going to do ILS Zulu runway 19 and AirDAS 1 Bravo, which it automatically tells me what to do. Now, before we actually activate it, because remember, it's not activated, or it's not current in the flight plan, it's just a plan, and we have this white execute light. Before I do that, I'm actually going to change the navigation display to plan, zoom right in, and then I can go to legs and step through, and I can step through even the plan. You see how it's highlighted down here, so you can step through and check it makes sense. And you can see here it actually just takes us round, and then it leaves us on a vector.
So something to point out here, in the sim, and I'm going to show this to you guys when we were flight, you have the different display modes you can set it to, and that's what he did there. He changed it to the type of mode that he wants it to be on for showing on the display. We can somewhat do that. Can't necessarily read it, but we can switch to it. And I think that it'd be good that if when changing to them other modes, there was a way to read them displays. And I don't know if there's stuff that keeps us from being able to do that, but anyway, just my thought.
To fly that approach ourselves. And if I look back on the pinned charts, I can see that it has that's the wrong one. Of course it is. Let's have a look. That's the one we want. And we'll take the ILS Zulu 19. Good. So pinned star chart, I've got the AirDAS 1 Bravo. And you can see it just takes us from this CTV D11 at 210 knots, a right turn 010. So there it is. And D11, so you have to think alphabetically what's 11 in the alphabet. So A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K. So K is 11 miles, so that K there means that is 11 miles out, and it's on the radial of...
Okay, so you know how when it's got letters, like it'll say ILS D, then that would be 4 miles out for that transition. I believe what that's saying. So, all right.
245, so it's the reciprocal 065, so that's why it's called 065K. So it's 065 radial, 11 miles, and then a right turn up, and then we'll just expect radar vectors round. So that all looks pretty sensible, so I could execute that, or if I go back to departures arrival, and you can see again it's gone to the wrong airport, so I'm going to actually just execute what we've got in there for now, and you can see it goes magenta. But you can also always change this by just going back in, choosing it again. So I could choose that, and then there are transitions as well. So if I choose the CTV1 transition and scroll through, you can see that it actually has a bit more of an arrival. It then has the full procedural arrival. So this is less likely to do, but this would be flying to the overhead and then outbound, background, and in again. This is what you'd do if there was not a radar vector or anything like that. So that's what that's showing me there. But I'm not going to do that, so I don't want that modification. I don't like it. I'm just going to hit erase. Pretty straightforward. So there we go. So now we have an arrival, and then we'll just pretend we're being radar vectored onto the ILS. You could, of course, also just fly at some point as you get nearer, direct to this waypoint here, and that would sequence the flight plan for you as well. But we'll talk about that once we're going down and how we'd fly the lateral modes. So there we go. So that's our flight plan set up. We know how we're going to get in, and we've had a look at our charts. Now, there's a few other things we need to do. We need to look at our landing performance. We know we're landing on runway 19, so I need to put in my landing en route, not landing dispatch. That would just give you the maximum weight. You need landing en route, and then you go to the airport, the runway, and it loads in the information, and then we need to put in the weight. So I'm going to load in the aircraft details. We're 211 tons, heavy airplane still, anti-ice off. So that's because it's nice and warm. If it was expected to be icing conditions on approach, so below 10 degrees with visible moisture, then we would have that on, and you usually just have it probably on just the engines, but you could have engines and wings, or just leave it in auto. We're going to have it off. Air conditioning config is on, so we're going to leave all the air conditioning packs on and alone. I'm going to land flaps 25 with no reversers, auto brakes 3, pretty standard stuff, no non-normal condition, and 5 knots. We've imported the weather, and then I'm going to hit calculate. And as you can see, this thinks we're going to stop in about 2,000 meters. That's pretty short. I'm always impressed. I'm not sure if this has the factor added in, but either way, plenty short of the runway. So that's given us a good idea. If you don't fit, things you can do are add reverser, and you can also increase the auto brake. So if I go to auto brake 4 or max auto brake, you'll see, of course, that the distance will be shorter. And obviously, if you go lower, it'll be longer. The best stopping distance will always be max manual, and as you can see, that's really short. Again, I struggle to believe it's doable in 1,000 meters, but there we go. So auto brakes 3 is what I'm going to use today.
Okay, so far, if you're just joining us, we are watching a real pilot doing a landing tutorial here. Now, some of this stuff is harder for us to follow because we're technically not seeing what he's showing, so we don't really fully see everything that he's pulling up, but he is kind of talking about it to give us an idea of what's going on. And the one thing I also noticed, he loaded in the weight on descent as well. Now, we do weight before we take off, and then whenever I do my stuff before starting descent, but weight is also something that shouldn't be something that we maybe are not putting in that we need to put in. But again, there are limitations given that, and given that, you know, maybe there's something that I'm not 100% sure that we're able to do. I know on them display the different modes, I know that we can't see those. It was recommended to use Be My Eyes to be able to kind of read what's on the modes. So I don't do that because, yeah, Be My Eyes can read it for the most part, but then you're not able to really look at it yourself. So if I've got to use Be My Eyes, then that's telling me that that's something that technically we're not able to do with with the flight. We're not able to see it. We're not able to control that other than using Be My Eyes to get an idea of what it's saying or what it's showing. And we're going to take a look down on our next flight. I'm going to show you what Be My Eyes will read off to you when you change them display modes, stuff that we normally would not know about or see, right? So, anyways, this guy is showing us again the descent. Yeah, it's 320 Sim Pilot, and he's a real pilot, so y'all be sure to check him out. I'm going to put the link in the chat here for you. But let's continue. Brandon, you got any questions so far, or anything to add? Like, your thoughts on anything yet? Feel free to add your thoughts in there.
Today, and reversers would also reduce the distance slightly, though that would be more effective on a wet or contaminated runway than a dry runway. And finally, you could also change the flap. So if I go to flap 30, That is going to be slightly shorter than a flap 25 landing, which is a little bit longer. There you go. Okay, so we've established that we can land auto brake 3, so that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to set that up. So let's put the auto brake 3 in here before we forget, and it should appear as a memo up here. There it is, auto brake 3. Good. Let's now also work out the QNH, which is 1023. So let's set that on the standby instrument, just so it's ready to go. Just going to put 102. They're all connected, so don't do that if you've got them connected like me. Okay, we'll do that later. What we can do is backset that QNH. We can have it ready to go. So all you need to do is, without pressing the standard button, just go up here and just start scrolling. And you can see that I'm adjusting the QNH down here on my PFD. So 1, 2, 3. There we go. And you would typically set it up on the standby instrument, but mine are all connected, so I can't do that right now. There we go. Now, something to note about that is the landing weight it's got here, 211 tons. That is our current landing weight. If I go to init-ref index perf, it shows me that gross weight is, 217 tons. So it's expecting us to burn. Basically, in the real aircraft, you have to calculate your landing weight. So you can see here we're currently 217
While we can't
tons.
read this performance data in the tablet, SimBrief does have an alternative I like using.
12.
It can be a bear to access on the flight plan briefing
lose
page.
About 6 tons of weight, so it'll be about 211 point.
And what is that, Josh? What? Give us more detail on that. Like, where are you talking about? Where do you go and get this information at? I guess that would be the question. Now, tablet. As far as tablet, yeah, you can set that up. But from understanding, you still got to use Be My Eyes to read it. So it can kind of be a pain in the butt. That's why I don't focus on giving any instructions about the tablet, because for the fact that, yeah, it can be set up, it can be used, but to be able to read it, you got to use Be My Eyes. And to me, that's just a bit, I don't know. That's, opinion to opinion, but I'd like to know where you're talking about going and reading. Like, sounds good what you're saying, but no one knows fully what you're talking about other than you saying SimBrief. So where you at on SimBrief? What part of the plan, or where are you going to read that information at, I guess would be the question.
3 tons, 217 minus that 6 tons of fuel, and that would get us down. The alternative would be you could take your zero fuel weight, 199, and then add the fuel you're expecting at landing, which is about 12 tons, which again comes to 211 tons. So this is clever, actually. This EFB is very clever. It's taking the weight we're expecting to land at. That's better than the real airplane. So there we go. So 211 tons is correct. So next, we need to load up the landing speeds. So I'm going to go down, I'm going to hit init ref, and it will automatically take you to the approach reference. So init ref is where your performance sort of information is.
Now the init ref, we know what that is on the using TFM and stuff like that. You would do Alt I when you're setting up your stuff to get set for descent, and that's where it showed you your speeds. Just so you guys know where he's at.
Is on these Boeings. As you can see here, it's got landing flaps settings and speeds. Now we're going to go flap 25, which is normal, but you can do 30 as well, no problem. Like I say, just a bit slower, a bit less distance. So on a shorter runway you might do that, or if you want to reduce the temperature of the brakes.
So the other night my family was deciding what to watch on Apple TV Plus because it comes with a Sapphire Reserve card. So I said, what's your favorite show? And they all said, Slow Horses. So it's honestly fine they didn't say my show. I'm not sensitive at all, so I love Gary Oldman.
This isn't just a wallet, it's a rare find. There's something different about owning something almost nobody else has. That's why when Ridge dropped their limited Kintsugi collection, I had to grab one. Inspired by the Japanese art of turning imperfect.
But you can see the gross weight is 217.2, but that's our weight right now. We've already established we're landing at 211.1, so I'm going to go 211. I'll just add a little bit, let's do 0.5, put that in there. It doesn't make much difference. You have to lose a few tons either way before even a knot changes, so don't get too bogged down with being like accurate to the kilogram. But there we go. So 25, 145, which seems pretty reasonable. and that VREF is 149. So yeah, that makes sense. It's about because we're going to add 5 knots onto that as we get lower, which we'll talk about on approach. So there we go. VREF is set up 25 145. Now we need to also put in the minima. So if we go back to our charts, and I've got my approach chart, ILS pseudo runway 19, and we're going to do a normal ILS approach. So this is standard ILS. I have tutorials on my channel for how to fly an ILS in plenty of airplanes, but yeah, here we go. ILS is the favorite approach of modern airliners. It's got lateral and vertical guidance. It's very accurate, and that's what we'll show you today. But you scroll down to the bottom and you can see the minimums, and we're going to land, if you can maintain a missed approach climb gradient of 2.9%, then you can have 347 as your minimum, which is 200 feet above the runway. So I'm going to say we can do that today, but depending on your performance calculations, whether or not you would do that in the real world. But there we go. I'm confident that we can do that. So 347, I'm going to now need to put into my window. So now you go up to mins up here and start scrolling. It should be on baro, not radio. Radio is used for auto lands and low visibility procedures. So we're going to go to baro and then set that minima, which, as we said, 347 feet. 347. This, I talk about it a lot. These dials really, really wind me up. This actually, oh, that was one of the easy ones I've ever had. There you go.
So basically what he's doing there is setting the altitude for that runway. Which we do that. I always set it to, if the runway is, I don't know, let's say the altitude for the runway is 700. I set 1500. 1500 to 2000 is pretty common for what I set it to when I do landing, because once you connect to ILS, that's not going to matter anyways. But you still want to at least give yourself a little bit in case you do a go around. That way you're not down to, 200 feet and then trying to, we need to go around. It makes it a little more trickier. I mean, you can still do your go around, but you got to be quick about it. All right.
Baro 347. So now this PFD is starting to look ready for the descent. We've got the approach speeds, we've got the minimums, we've got the QNH back set. I'm liking it. I'm liking it a lot. Let's put our navigation display back to the normal map and scroll out just to give us some situational awareness. Where's our top of descent? It's coming up here. Good, it's a bit further away. Right, what else do we need to do? We need to go into our CDU and just check a few things are complete. So we've done the flight plan because we loaded in departure arrival. So that means our legs page is now looking good. We've checked through the waypoints to make sure they all work. And you can see here the constraints of 3000 and above. Remember, we talked about those constraints in the previous video, in the climb video, so do watch that. But as you can see, 3000A means it'll be 3000 feet or above at this Charlie India 19 waypoint. If we go to our chart, that is this waypoint here, Charlie India 19, 3000 or above, and then it will start the descent from the FI 19, which is the next waypoint at 3000 feet. That restriction will go magenta when it's the applied restriction, but that's for later. We need to go to the NavRad and check that it has tuned correctly the ILS. Unfortunately, we're a bit too far out at the moment, so it's just in park. As we get closer, and certainly as we begin the descent, we'll just check, or just before we descend, we'll check that we have 109.1 and course 191 in on the NavRad page. I'm going to go to VNav and just check in the descent page, so pressing next page, I'm going to check what speed it's planning to fly to make sure it looks sensible. So the airplane's expecting to fly a descent at Mach decimal 828, which is good. That's what we're at now, 829. And then it's going to convert on transition to 267 knots. So that's all looking good. What that means is as the Mach number increases slightly, it'll increase until it gets to 267, and then it will stay at that for the rest of the descent. As we go below flight level 100, the speed transition is that it will go from flight level 100, it will reduce to 240 knots. Boeing's always seem to do this by default, 240, not 250. The Airbus will go to 250, but there we go. Once you're all pretty much set up, like we are now.
Him talking about that, he's actually right, because when you get under 10,000, it technically is 250, but it still likes to go down to 240 on the 200, 300. All of them are the same way, but can't say much about the Airbus yet, but it's coming, my friends.
So just to recap, we put in the speeds, the minima, We've loaded in the arrival and the runway and the approach, and then later on we're going to check that the frequencies do tune correctly. We're also going to just finish up with a brief and just make sure you know what you're doing. Now I won't go through a full brief today because it's not really the purpose of the video. Your approach is going to be different, but you want to think about things like, where is the terrain on this arrival? So as we can see, it's out here, so pretty high terrain. 6,500 feet is on this arrival chart, so you need to make sure that if you get lost, if you go above that, as we get closer in we can see that it's actually 9,000 feet down here, so if we get lost we need to go to 9,000 feet to make sure that we are safe from the terrain in the vicinity of where we're descending. Things like, is the approach a normal ILS, is it a 3-degree slope, that sort of thing. So this is a 3.2 degree ILS, so it's slightly steeper than normal, so that just means we need to be a bit more careful with the energy management. But 3.2 is very similar to 3 degree. It's not going to make too much difference today. So I think all this, there's loads to talk about. The missed approach as well, but we're not going to go into too much detail on all of that because I want to just discuss how to set it up and fly the approach. On the progress page we can actually see our arrival fuel is 11.7 tons, so we need to work out if that's enough fuel. Are we in a good position? Do we have options here? To do that, if you go to your flight plan, you'll see that it has your...
We get it. You work hard.
Oh yeah.
And every dollar
right in the middle of
so
a
get
good
the gear
spot right
that
there.
works as hard as you do. Earn 2% cash back on your first $50,000 per year.
Final reserve fuel, which you must land with 2.9 tons. So we must land with 2.9 tons in tanks, and our alternate fuel is 6.8 tons of fuel. So we need to have those two combined by the time we are on approach, because we need to have our alternate and final reserve. In all circumstances you must land with your final reserve fuel still in tank, so we have to land with about 3 tons of fuel to be otherwise we need to declare a mayday if we don't think we're going to do that. But anyway, the result is we're in a good position. We have enough fuel, and you can actually go to the initref index perf, and in here you can see, or you can type in how much fuel you want before the airplane shouts at you. So I want it to tell me at 9.6 tons it needs to alert me that we're having insufficient fuel and that we need to do something. So there we go.
Now the interesting thing to think about when it comes to fuel, when you land you should have only about 3,000 pounds left. And that falls back on the information you got in with SimBrief. So I'm going to try to look at that later as well to get a better number for the fuel, so when we are landing those numbers are lower than what they normally have been here lately on the flights we've done, which we've landed with no problem. We've not landed with, where we've landed too hard or anything like that. We've had good landings over and over and over and over and over. But technically, we should only have about 3,000 pounds when coming in to land, like he said. Otherwise, if you got 20,000 pounds and you're landing, technically that'd be, like he just said, you'd be calling a mayday because you're landing really heavy. So, at least that's the way I understand what he's saying. So, alright.
Pretty good. Once you're all briefed and feel like you're ready to begin your descent, it's time to run the descent checklist. So go over here, checklists, and here's our, and this is in the wrong one, it's not sequenced right, so I'm going to go normal, and here's the descent checklist. Good. So recall, what we do is we press the recall button, again that's over here on the FO side. You press this cancel recall button. This then will say recall on the ICAS display. Did you see that again? There's recall written down there. What this is doing is it's just checking that any cautions in the background get brought to the front so you can't miss them. So there's no caution. So recall is checked. Notes, what it's asking here is, are there any notes on the electronic checklist? This is the electronic checklist. It would have an additional box down here that says notes. What that would mean is that there is an electronic checklist to do with a failure on the aeroplane sitting in the background, or that you've run already, and it's produced some notes for you. Those notes will be things like do not configure to this flap setting, or you must keep the engines above this RPM, or any other number of many thousands of things that the airplane might need you to do given that there's been a failure. So it reminds you of those. So it's telling you to read those notes, but we don't have any notes because the airplane is in good shape and there's no notes square on this bottom, so I can tick that. Auto brake 3, that's what we've set. The airplane doesn't know what we want, so we have to just tell it. Landing data, VREF, we've got 25, 145 and minimums of 347. So that goes tick. And then approach briefing is completed. That's the descent checklist complete, and then we just press checklist again and it's gone. The next one should be the approach checklist. Yes, there it is, ready to go. Good. So
now this is going to be the one where I'm curious to see. We do have an approach checklist, but I'm curious to see what he does on approach with that.
That's the descent checklist done. So let's talk about how you begin a descent in the Boeing 777. As we arrive at the top of descent, you would of course ask for descent clearance from air traffic control. Maybe they'll give it to you a bit early. And all you have to do in the Boeings, as long as you're in VNAV path mode, which you would typically be in the cruise, remember you want to be in LNAV and VNAV, you can just wind in the new altitude. Remember, setting your altitude control to 1000. Auto is not used very often at these high altitudes. Auto just lets you set 100s, and it's also used in non-precision approaches we'll talk about later. So let's say air traffic control says descend when ready, flight level 300. I could just put 300 in the window like that, and you can see here 300 at the top of the PFD. And now we can just sit here and the airplane will get to the top of descent, and in VNAV path it will begin its descent down automatically. It would just change straight over and start its descent in VNAV. And that's great. That could be really useful. Now there is a chance, the first officers come to help us out. Hello. Thank you. There is a chance that you might want to descend early or air traffic makes you. So how would we do that? Well, in my previous video I talked about how you need to push in the altitude button if you want to override what's in there. So at the moment VNAV path wants to stay at 380. I want to go down to 340, or let's pretend it's 360. Let's say that air traffic control told us to go down. You could go into vertical speed and descend the airplane, just like we did in the climb. So vertical speed is a very basic mode. You could push it in and then fly it down. However, that would confuse the airplane. It wouldn't know you're beginning your descent, and the VNAV profile would actually expect you to climb back up to 380 until the top of descent point. So it gets very confused very quickly. Not the end of the world, but it's not ideal. The much neater way to do it is put 360 in the window, and air traffic have told us to go now, so I'm just going to click on the altitude, and there it is. Thrust, VNAV speed. So now the airplane will begin its descent down to 360, and it will trickle off the power, which it does very slowly, just like this. This is very accurate. I'm glad to see they've done this. It's just what the real airplane does. It's so slow. And now we begin our descent. And then it goes into hold mode. So what the airplane has done is it's decided it knows it's too early to descend. It knows it doesn't want to descend just yet. It's still got the top of descent in front of us. So what it's doing is it's just saying, okay, you want to go down, I'll do about 1300 feet per minute, between 1000 and 1500 feet per minute down to that level, because I don't want to go down too quickly, because I don't really want to go down at all. So it brings the thrust back, and then it drops it into hold mode, which means we now have manual control of the thrust levers, but you can just leave them where they are. But that's what hold means. It means that the auto throttle system has let go. So one way to remember it is if it says hold, you should be holding the thrust levers because you have control of them. But just leave them alone. It's set the right setting. It's descending a bit faster than that, actually. There you go, 2000 feet per minute. And it's in VNAV speed. Remember what VNAV speed means? If speed is written on the right side here, it means the elevator is controlling the speed of the aeroplane. So the airplane will now pitch to maintain that speed. So what you're basically doing is you're telling the airplane I want to go down now, and the airplane goes, okay, I'll give you a gradual descent, and it just reduces the power a bit and then just flies the speed accurately on the elevator just to sort of gradually work its way down. And there we go, down at flight level 360. Now it's reverted back to speed mode, so that means the speed is now being controlled again by the throttles, and they'll increase gradually, and you can see that until we level out nicely at 360. So that was how you might start your descent a bit early, should you need to.
Brandon Armstrong. I got to say weather is very critical and we should be able to do more with it.
So here we are back up at 38,000 feet. I've rewound time a little bit. Don't worry too much. The Q&H is slightly different the day I'm recording this, but there we go. Everything else is as we were, getting ready for our descent into Cape Town. Now, earlier we just looked at how to descend early using clicking in the altitude window to force the airplane to accept that there's a new descent to a new cruise level. And what the airplane would do then, we put in 36 and it then thinks it's going to cruise at 36 until the top of descent. There is a way you can actually force the airplane to begin its descent early. In the VNAV page, you'll see...
Yeah, this is where you're going to be talking about...
an option to, we're in the cruise page, so you can press VNAV, next page, and you'll see the option DES now.
Yeah, descent
If
now.
I press that,
yep.
You need to have a lower altitude in the MCP window, because remember, this is still a hard limit. The airplane will not go through this window, which is a very handy feature. So you can put it in your new level, in this case it's back to 360, and then I can press descend now. What that would do is start the airplane into the descent mode. It would change to the descent speeds that we have over here, and it would show us a vertical profile to see whether we're high or low in comparison to it. So it's slightly different to how we were doing the last one, where I just told it to do basically a cruise descent down to 36, a bit like a step climb, but instead of step descent to 360. So that's what you would do. So if you were, sometimes when you're coming off oceanic airspace where you've been at 38,000 feet and then you'll enter domestic airspace of some variety, they might have to put you at a different level, and it may be that you have to descend. So in that case, you wouldn't press DES now, you would actually just press in the altitude control like I showed you, and then it...
Okay, so Brad, I want to touch on what you were just talking about weather. Yes, weather is weather is something that I think we do need to have. I also understand, you know, how hard that is when programming, but if you've noticed, on any flights we do, we really don't see much about weather. We really don't. Whether it's clear outside or raining, we don't never really see it, do we? Other than when we take off. If it's raining, we're on the ground and it's thundering, then we'd know about it. Otherwise, on descent, we don't really know about it. I seen more weather reactions back when we was flying in with P3D. So that's kind of interesting because we're flying on live settings, but we never see the effects of the weather. So I'm kind of wondering, like, why? Why are we not seeing, if we're on live settings, we never see, well, we see wind, and I guess that is weather, but it'd be nice to be able to see that weather a little more detail than just what the wind is, you know, when we're coming into land. Like, you know, is it cloudy? Is it clear out? It'd be nice to know that. So we're going to be doing some stuff to try to see what the best way is that we might be able to get a little more information on our flights with weather. We're going to look and see what other options that might be out there, because you never know.
It would recalibrate itself to cruise at that new altitude up until the top of descent marker. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to press DES now, and it's going to behave as if we'd reached the top of descent, and it will start a descent and immediately realize that it's low on profile and then manage it like that. So if I hit DES now, then of course little white light, you have to execute, and here we go. It goes into thrust and VNAV speed. So it's going to set a thrust setting that it thinks is appropriate for the descent. VNAV speed, because it's going to manage the descent, the vertical profile using the elevator. That's why it's on the right hand side. And then we look over here and we can see a vertical profile. We're actually on the vertical profile now. But almost immediately as we leave our altitude, there's the hold, so the thrust levers have reached the setting they think is sensible,
what
which
I
is
do,
just a little bit of a reduced thrust to start a shallow descent. And you can see here the airplane now thinks it's low on profile. What you get is this little profile over here. So the diamond is the actual profile, and the middle of it is where we are. So we are now below it. The profile is above us, 400 feet at the top of the scale, and now it's off the scale, and we're getting lower and lower and lower, because of course we should still be at 38,000 feet.
You know, been
and
with
down we go.
Whatever.
The RMP is the required navigation performance. That's how accurate we are to the profile it's trying to fly. The AMP is the actual navigation performance, 161 feet. So that's how well it's calibrated and how well it can fly the profile. Don't worry too much about those numbers. They're not important for us in Flight Sim right now. yeah, RMP, AMP is a whole other thing. So 1,000 feet to go, and we're going to descend to 360. So if you were expecting to fly descent early, or for any other reason, you might choose that. But I must say, I never really used descend now. I'm more likely to do what I showed you earlier. So what I could do is, if I press previous and put in the cruise altitude of 360 and then execute, you'll see that we've now forced it back into cruise mode, because I've told it the new cruise level is actually at 3.6, and now it's happy again. And then if we go to the next page, I can see the descent has not started and the descend now option appears. So there you go. That's another way to do an early descent, or indeed another way to change your cruise level if you want to do that. So now we're back at 360, speed, LNAV, VNAV path, and the top of the descent is coming up.
There's a lot of times when I do descent, I will go to that page and hit the Des Now for descent now. I do that a lot, especially if they want us to start our descent early.
So next, I'm going to show you the most normal way to begin your descent in the long-haul Boeings. So here we are, finally at our actual top of descent. It's only 10 miles away, which won't take us long at all. We're going over the ground at pretty impressive 468 knots. So around now, you would get a message, reset MCP altitude. This is the aeroplane complaining that we have not got a low altitude in the window, and therefore it's going to miss its top of descent. It's a nice reminder. Then you would call air traffic control and say, we'd like to request descent. Air traffic control hopefully will say something like, descend when ready, flight level 300. So we'll put that in the window. That clears the FMC message. The airplane will now begin its descent at the T/D, the calculated top of descent. Now, sometimes air traffic control won't be that nice, and they'll say to you what we saw earlier, which is descend now, flight level 300. In that case, you could do what we did, either clicking it in until you then regain the VNAV profile, because you'll still be in VNAV, so it will still start its descent, or it will still intercept the descent profile, or you could put it into vertical speed for a little while until it intercepts it. Lots of ways to do it, but remember, we essentially want to fly the descent in the VNAV mode. So yeah, it's like I say, this is the Boeing descent modes are just something else, especially if you're used to the Airbus. So here we go. Any second now, and you can actually see it on the VNAV page. There you go. So it shows you the angle and vertical speed it's expected to fly in the descent mode. It shows you the speeds it's planning, so it's going to fly at decimal 818 and 267 knots. And down we go. Idle, LNAV, stays in VNAV path because that's where we want it to be. Thrust levers are now gradually reducing, and they are this slow in the real airplane. I've said before, they are so slow.
Now don't go nowhere, you guys, because here in a few minutes we're going to watch him talking about the descent in the Airbus. And this is going to give you a really good idea of the difference between the Airbus and this.
And often it leads to you immediately getting high on the profile. The 787 is prone to that. I believe the 777 does the same thing. Just update the heading bug. You can see, however, this time we're doing okay. We're actually slightly below the profile, so the airplane will now adjust itself using VNAV path mode to fly correctly on that profile. So it's commanding idle thrust from the engines, we can see that, but that can change. The airplane can choose what it wants. It's flying in VNAV path, so it may add a bit of power if there's a shallow segment. For example, this descent is an idle descent because there are no restrictions until the 3,000 feet or above, which is, as you can see, the next restriction, which shows on the VNAV page. This is now going to become a very useful page. So it's in magenta. Likewise, on the legs page, if I scroll through,
buying this boat was a total no-brainer.
Oh, no-brainer? If you got a new boat, the smart thing to say...
As we saw in the climb tutorial, the magenta is the next restriction that the airplane is obeying. It's the active restriction. And it's a 3,000 or above, so very easy. If the next restriction was, for example, an ERDAS and a below restriction, the airplane would then try and manage itself onto that profile. So what I could do is type a restriction in. Let's say air traffic control says be level at Charlie Sierra Victor at flight level 200. So I can put in slash flight level 200 and then type it in at Charlie Sierra Victor and then hit execute. And now you can see the airplane thinks we're high, so it's changed the thrust mode. It's now in VNAV speed and hold. What's happened here is, because we are off the profile, it changes to what's called VNAV speed. This is because it is not in VNAV path, because it can only be in path when it's on the path it calculated. And now we are high. It's got a new calculated path, and it shows us as, look here, the diamond's below us. We're 450 feet above the diamond, 450 feet high. To fix this, you can go for the speed brake. A little bit of speed brake out, because remember, speed is on the right, so the airplane is controlling speed with the elevator. It's in hold mode on the thrust levers, so those are just being held. Those are being let go by the auto throttle system because it's left them at idle where it wants them, because it knows that's what it can do, and it's given up. So we've gone for the speed brakes. It may well give you an FMS message to tell you that that's what's happened and that it's too high and it needs drag. And there we go, idle VNAV path, because we've reached our profile that we've just asked for. So now remember, put those speed brakes away. We don't want them out otherwise. Good. And we're back on profile. Likewise, you could accidentally get below the profile, but that won't happen now, remember. We're in VNAV path, so if I was to leave the speed brakes out now, let's put them out, what you're going to notice is the speed gets low, and we're at leveling off. Let's imagine we got a further descent from air traffic control. They've cleared us down to flight level 150. And you'll see here, the speed's just getting lower and lower because the throttles are in hold mode, and finally they've woken up, going to speed, and now they'll drive forwards. But the VNAV path mode is still active. We're still on the vertical profile, we're just slow. So that's why you need to be very aware of what's going on with your speed and the throttles. So like I said, you won't get low. Now if I could trick the airplane into thinking we are really high. So speed brakes is one way to do it, but I could also, if I change that restriction, let's put it to flight level 160. It will recalculate. There you go, it's decided that it's idle at VNAV speed because we're now 3,800 feet high. There is another way to...
Okay, so you guys get the idea. Alright,
increase the descent rate. So speed brakes is the easiest and probably profile without fixed idle because it's too... So speed brakes out, speed. So that's why a lot of pilots will just use the speed brake as a simpler way. Aim to get to that level, the commanded path, and let's just say I want to go to part of the VNAV. It's very clever, very clever.
I'm moving forward because he's showing stuff that...
Close that door. Good. So this is really what we want. Speed, LNAV, VNAV path. We want the airplane to be descending on its calculated profile. That's the most efficient. That will mean that our fuel plan also ties up, because remember this fuel figure is based on us flying that profile. And then we fly this arrival, and at some point expect radar vectors. Brings me to the next point. Notice that I can go into heading select, and the airplane will just fly that heading bug. If I now turn the heading bug, it will turn with me. If I want to go back onto the lateral profile, I'd need to get a direct to or something like that organised, or intercept the line. So if I turn away from that magenta line, and I showed this in my climb video, but I just want to show it to you again in case you didn't see that or you're not used to it. So we're turning away, just got to be careful of the terrain beneath us here. We did say it's about 10,000 feet, so maybe I'll put 90 in the window. So we're now turning away from our lateral profile, and if we get far enough away from the magenta line, the airplane won't re-engage LNAV. It will say you're too far away, and we're not going to intercept it because we're pointing away from that pink line.
Which makes
so you
sense,
have two options.
right.
You can either turn back towards the pink line and have LNAV armed, or you could do a direct to, in which case the pink line will immediately be redrawn from where you are to the waypoint, and then you can follow it. So I'll show you both of those now. The final thing I want to show you though with the vertical mode is we can stay in VNAV. Have you noticed we're still in VNAV path even though we're no longer on the magenta line? That is a trick that the Boeing can do and the Airbus cannot. It is one of the more advanced bits of automation, thrust VNAV speed. So it's carrying on in its sort of VNAV profile even though we're not following that line. However, it can get confused quite easily like this because the track miles are all changing, and you can see here we're just getting below the profile because we're actually flying away. So it's not as useful as you might imagine. There you go, hold mode, so I can now have the option to just increase thrust a bit. Oh, now it's gone to speed mode anyway, so it's going to keep flicking through as the sequences. Yeah, it's not the neatest way to do it.
Okay, anyways, he's showing just the different ways of coming in now. Nothing that's, that's going to help us any further than what we do with flying now. So what I want to do is go to the Airbus and show you, as he talks about it, and just give you an idea of the difference between the Airbus and the 777, right? So let me find... All right. And let me see if I can find him here. Phoenix A320 RNAV approach tutorial. Here we go. This will give you an idea. So let me get. Okay, Brandon, can you guys still hear that? I just want to make sure you guys still hear that. If not, let me know and I'll fix it. Here it is again. Let me know if you can still hear it before we go on. And this is the Airbus that he's going to be showing you now. Just kind of waiting for
Brandon Armstrong.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, here we go.
Hello everyone and welcome to another video with me, 320 SimPilot, and today we are taking a look at RNAV approaches. We're going to be flying them in the Phoenix Simulations A320 for Microsoft Flight Simulator, a recently released highly detailed add-on, and we're going to be flying an approach into Grenoble in France. I've had a lot of questions about how to fly RNAV approaches, so I thought it was about time we give it a good go. This is quite a spectacular one to fly as well, so it should be quite a fun approach. What I'm going to do in today's video is show you everything you need to know to have a go at your first RNAV, and hopefully if you're used to RNAVs, I'll give you a bit of extra background information on what we're doing, well, what the achievement or what the aim of it all is. As I said, we'll be using the Phoenix Simulations A320, which is a CEO variant, and we're going to use the approach mode of Final App, and I'll talk about all of that in the video. So we're going to see the setup, the modes that we're going to use for the flight, and then we're going to fly the actual approach, of course, and see some of the risks and dangers of flying an RNAV approach, because it's not perfect, as nothing in flying is. I am a real-world Airbus pilot, but none of this is for any real-world use. It's just to give you some extra context on your home simulations. Right, let's get started. Before we do, I'd just like to remind you about our partnership with Apex Gaming PCs, where you can get one of the 320 SimPilot line of gaming PCs. You can customize them on the website, use the code 320 SimPilot for a discount, and you'll be supporting the channel if you do buy one.
Alright, let's skip this ad.
Okay, well, on the flight deck now, and as you can see, we are heading towards a hold at the point of RIP2. So this is a point just north of Grenoble Airfield, and that's where we're going to sit in that hold until we are ready for our approach. So what I'll do...
Now remember, this is an RNAV in the Airbus, not ILS. If you want to see an ILS as well, I'd be glad to show that to you with this guy. This guy's amazing, dude. He does really good, and even with what we're not able to do, he's really, really good, and we understand enough about simming on how to hopefully get the airplane that you're flying to do what it should be doing, right? So here we go.
Before we get there, just bring the speed right back. So as I said, we're going to talk about everything you'll need for your first RNAV approach, and hopefully make it a little bit clearer what they are. So first of all, I'm going to be flying to LFLS Grenoble Airport. There are two Grenobles, one's a heliport, so make sure you get the right one. LFLS. So what is an RNAV approach? Well, it's an approach type that is using area-based navigation or required navigation performance. So this one's called an RNP approach. There's lots and lots of names that you'll see. There's RNPAR, which is a different version of it, but effectively they're all running on the common theme of what we're doing. Instead of an ILS, an instrument landing system, where we can follow radio signals transmitted from the runway that draw out a center line and a glide path for us to follow, we're going to fly this approach by knowing where we are compared to the airfield. Now, that sounds pretty obvious, but of course, in the old days, before we had aircraft that could tell where they are over the Earth by using what's called our INS systems or IRS systems or GPS, airplanes didn't know where they were. They had to reference everything based on radio beacons on the ground, and that's for a long time how aircraft were navigated, and that's how you flew your approach. But this is a new way of doing things where you don't need it. Advantages to airports would be, well, I don't have to have a transmitter on the ground, so I don't need to pay money and maintenance for that. And it also means that you can have an approach like this one, which is quite short, quite close to terrain, which sometimes ILSs are not suitable for, or NDBs. And the other great thing is we can have it set up to point straight in at the runway. If you're flying a VOR approach, of course, the VOR rarely sits in line with the runway, or if it does, it has to be below you on approach, and it therefore means often they're slightly offset, and they therefore have to have higher minima. And by minima, I mean the point on the approach where you need to see the ground is often higher, because it doesn't bring you out straight in line with the runway. Well, with modern RNAV approaches, we can actually line up completely with the runway, because we know where we are, and the airplane knows where it is. It's just flying straight down the approach itself, so they're quite useful in that sense. Downsides are they are not as accurate as an ILS. The minima is higher above the ground. Now, not much higher, admittedly, and they're getting closer all the time, but for now it is still a bit higher. So a typical ILS in Cat 1 conditions would be down to 200 feet. This approach using LNAV will be down to 310. You can see if we have LPV standards, we can actually go down to 250 feet. So getting very close to the 200 feet above the runway that we are used to from an ILS. But of course, an ILS can take you all the way through to an auto land, Cat 3B, down to no decision height and being able to land in basically zero visibility, although you do need 75 meters for the rollout. But I digress, we're getting into low vis ops. So another disadvantage would be that this sort of approach is liable to your airplane's capabilities. So pilots will often like having, if you're running a simulator scenario and you're concerned, or your aircraft is in a degraded sort of navigation state, then ILSs become preferable, because of course for an ILS all I need is a radio and the ability to put it up on my screen, whereas for an RNAV I need the airplane to have a very high level of navigation accuracy, and we'll talk about what that means in a moment. So it requires a well-functioning airplane to fly an approach like this. It also often uses GPS, and GPS is not totally reliable. There are times where GPS can be interfered with, or it is not suitable for use, and we'll talk about why that might be as well as we go through the setup. And finally, a big problem is that this is not a precision approach. An ILS is called a precision approach because it offers vertical guidance in the form of the glide slope, which is a fixed reference to the ground that shows us how high we are on, or low we are on approach. An RNAV approach does not offer this function. The reason is it's based on us knowing how high we are and then comparing it to where we should be on the chart. So the airplane doesn't know anything better than what we tell it in this case. Whereas an ILS, you might have the wrong QNH set, which means you could be higher or lower compared to the runway than you think you are if you have the wrong QNH, which is the pressure setting. At the moment we're on standard, but remember this changes all the time depending on the weather. So if you had the wrong pressure setting, you're at risk of being lower to the ground than you think you are, even if the airplane and your chart matches. And I'll talk about that as we fly the approach. So there we go, a few pros and cons of an RNAV approach. We're going to fly the RMP for runway 27 into Grenoble. As you can see, it brings us round from Arbon, then we're going to go round and fly the approach like that. And I'm going to talk about some of the everything you need to do for that. So we're just in a hold at RIP 2, like I say, which is off to the north. I'll let the airplane do its join. And first of all, we're going to set the airplane up for this approach. Now,
this ain't going to show what I'm wanting to show, the difference. Let's do ILS. I think that's going to give us a better understanding of Airbus. So let's do 320 Sim Pilot. Here we go. Right here's what we want. Okay.
It's only recently been released, so it's very exciting. So to do that, we need to go and check what sort of arrival we're going to fly. Now, if you're using charts, then that's great. You can go into your charts and start comparing them and select the ones you need for your arrival. But if you're not, then don't panic. I'll talk you through it. It's not too difficult to do, but what I'm going to do is fly the Logan arrival. So let's see if I can find it. Where has it gone? There it is, Logan 2 Hotel. And then I'm going to plan, we're landing on a westerly runway, so I'm going to plan to land in on runway 27 left. So let's put 27 left in there. We're not going to worry about stuff on the ground for this video. So a lot to cover today, as I said. So this is the arrival, Logan arrival, take us from Logan in towards the Lambourne VOR. As you can see, our flight plan ends at Logan because that's what we started with. So to set up the MCDU in this case, you'll remember in our full setup on the ground, we did a diff strip acronym. For the approach, there's another little flow, but it's slightly different. It looks like a little top hat. We go from flight plan to RadNav, to progress, to perf, to fuel prediction, to secondary flight plan. And these are the only pages we need to set up for the arrival. So it's a little top hat that we're going to do. Some people call it FRPP, but that doesn't include fuel and secondary. They're not considered as important. But yeah, you're going to do a little top hat pattern like this. So starting with the flight plan, you need to select the line select key here next to your destination. If you scroll through the flight plan or something like that, it's going to stay at the bottom anyway, so it doesn't matter. Don't select any of these, just select this bottom one here. And then on the top right, you're going to go to arrival. Now we need to know what approach we want to fly. In today's video, we are going to fly an ILS approach, and we've already agreed, and I've already forgotten. I think it was 27 left we said we would fly the approach for. It is indeed 27 left. So I'm going to select the ILS for 27 left. Then we need to choose the star. So the star is the standard terminal arrival route. So what this is going to be is our route to get us to the approach. So as we can see, this is the Logan to Lambourne. This is our star chart. You can see RNAV arrivals it's called, but yeah, very commonly called stars. So that is the one we're going to select. So to do that, you simply scroll through. So just like before when we set up for departure, you scroll with these arrows up and down to scroll through the different approaches available. So I want to find the Logan 2 hotel. I've gone past it, there it is, and select. You'll see it's all in amber, and it appears in amber on the screen. That's because it is simply showing us what it's going to do when we select active. So Logan 2 hotel, and finally there is the approach via and the transition. So this won't always be required. Don't worry if you're not sure what they are, but I can show you, for example, here. This is a straight line into. This is the ILS approach, and this is the star chart, but they don't quite connect. This leaves us at Lambourne. It doesn't lead us to the ILS. If we go back to all our charts, again, don't worry too much about this. I'm going to show you how to connect the dots if you need to. But if we scroll down, is it on here? Maybe it's in the arrival chart. There will be the transition. So initial approach from Lambourne. There you go. That's what we're doing this time. So I'll just start that. And this gives us a route to get from Lambourne to the start screen. Like this is just to get there. We do not need to tune it ourselves, which is great. Progress page now shows us a lot of information. But what I'm going to do is type into the little box here. I'm going to put the runway threshold that I'm landing on, 27 left. The reason I'm doing this is this gives me a good idea of how far away I am if I was to go in a straight line. Just in case air traffic control didn't make us fly around all of those squiggly lines we saw earlier, maybe we'll go from here straight to the ILS. So by putting that in there, I always get a distance to the runway. Same for if the runway last minute changes. Sorry, not the runway, the approach type changes or something like that. It just gives me a distance to go without having to look on the flight plan page. But this is a direct line to the runway, which we're not doing. This is the actual flying miles we're going to do, 125 to go. But this is more of an advanced thing. But that's what I put into here on the progress page. You don't need to do that. Performance page now is currently in climb phase, which is wrong actually. It should have gone into cruise. Let me just ways in the Phoenix. We can go to ATS MCDU menu, ATSU, AOC, which is the ACARS, remember, weather, and then I can type in go to weather request. So type in your airport,
Airbus, you have the
and we're going to want the METAR, the current
uses.
Weather. So I'm going to press send. That will then arrive
does use
as
ACARS.
and get the minima that we're going to use. As you can see, down
move ahead a little
1,000 feet. That there are restrictions. These are shown in magenta. You decide the speed, so it just dashes out up here because I'm not selecting it. If I wanted to select it, I could use the down arrow to pull it towards me. So my point is, if you have these pushed away from you and you have these dashes and the airplane's flying along in these modes, Mac, out cruise, nav, then that is a good sign that the airplane has calculated its descent profile and it's going to follow the nav routing you've put in.
And a lot of this stuff,
and this number on the right, 2,303 today, must be lower than this number on the far left, the landing distance available. This is the actual distance required minimum, but we don't want to use that. We want a factor as well in case we float or something isn't quite right, or we. This green donut here is telling us whether we are on the vertical profile or not. If we are below it, i.e. if this green donut is up here somewhere, then we are low on the profile. If it's below us, then we are high on the profile. You can go to the progress page to get more information on this. VDEV is telling us we're 26 feet low, which is absolutely fine. And it would tell us if we're above, it would say plus 2,000 if we were 2,000 feet above it. Likewise, you'd see this dot way low on here. What you see over here is because we have managed speed, remember it's pushed in, so we get the dashed lines, we're letting the airplane choose the speed. It's going to obey the speed restrictions for us, and it's going to target the speed in this bracket. That way, if there's something different about the winds compared to what it was expecting, then it can keep at idle thrust and be more efficient without having to start changing thrust settings and so on. If it gets a bit high, it will accelerate up to this top limit. If it gets a bit low, it will decelerate. It will pull the nose up to this lower limit. There we go. Something I want to show you is if we're flying this whole arrival in descent mode at the moment, so the managed mode, what I'm going to do is go back to the chart. I can just choose my arrival. So the level restriction at the final point, 70 at Lambourne, we can see here the blue line above and below. So that's the limit. So I can actually just put 70 in the window now, and it will show us the next restriction it's going to have to apply, 160 in magenta here. So let's say a traffic control said, don't worry about those restrictions, just descend now as quickly as possible, please, flight level 70. How would we do that? Well, this brings me on to the selected modes for descent. If we pull the altitude, we get this, open descent. In open descent mode, the Airbus will command thrust idle, as it is, and you'll see thrust idle on the left here, and then it will descend and adjust the pitch to maintain the speed on the left. So that's what open descent is. Now, as you can see, the speed is still managed, so the airplane is just choosing to fly that planned descent speed, which was available on the per page 270. Now, if you do it the wrong way, you will lose the out blue message, and therefore you're never going to level off. It's just going to keep climbing at 400 feet per minute. And remember, in vertical speed, the airplane will prioritize that over your speed target. So if I now heading, because it doesn't know, so once you get off the line, you can't just go back into nav. I can push this and it will arm nav. Nav is in blue, remember, that's armed. So it's saying, well, I'll do nav when I can, but it wants us to be on this line pointing at the waypoint Brasso, which I can see up here. So it's never going to do that because we're pointing away, so we'll just fly off into the infinite. It won't actually re-engage. So if you're pointing away, and you're in this situation, you can either turn the heading mug back round to intercept that line, but that's not perfect, especially if the two waypoint, which is what this waypoint up here is now behind you. So the best way, the neatest way, and you can see here, by the way, no nav intercept message. It's telling us you're not going to intercept the navigation line. This won't work. It's very clever. It's warning us this isn't working. I recommend you do a direct. So go to the direct. We'll skip Brasso. Let's go direct to Wesel. You select it. You look on your screen. You'll see the amber line that it's computed, and then you can do direct to insert. And now the airplane will fly that line back.
So even in the Airbus, you can still do a direct.
Nav mode. I can re-engage DES, speed, DES, nav, and the airplane can take over again. And make my job a bit easier. So I'm on, they'll fold out into the airflow, make a little rumble under the wings, and we can press the LS buttons. Remember, we're flying an ILS today, so we press LS on both sides. That way, that's going to show us our ILS scales, landing system. There's a few different arguments over what the actual name is and what LS stands for, but there it is. So that's now ready. There's no magenta dots, but I can also see the frequency that's tuned 109.5. So there we go. That is something we'll do at 10,000. Also, if we were flying a non-precision approach, like a VOR or an RNAV, we wouldn't turn on the LS. It definitely would not. But we're flying an ILS, so we do. And if you're doing a non-precision, but it's good habit anyway, is to go to the progress page and just check that your navigation accuracy is good. So GPS is primary, tells me it's 263 outbound. So we'll fly a hold, and I'll show you how to get out of the hold as well if air traffic control asks you to.
Shows hold.
Into D. It's a takeoff. That S speed is there. It's our minimum clean with the slat or minimum speed. You also see it in the Lambourne. Very straightforward. We leave the nav mode. Once we're on an intercept heading, so somewhere here, I'm simply going to press approach. That's all you need to do in the Airbus. That will arm, and you'll see in blue, lock and glide slope. Sorry, glide slope and lock. But we don't want to do that just yet because I'm going to show you a different way of doing it. So very straightforward. If you're not sure, you can just leave it in nav until you arrive on your intercept heading and go from there. So what I'm going to do now is just pause the sim once more because we've got a couple of things to talk about. It's going to happen very quickly. Okay, so the sim is paused. We're not moving. A second way, and a common way to fly approaches, is the air traffic control vectors view. So those of you using VATSIM, you might get a heading and then we intercept the ILS like that. So we'll just head over towards it. This is the final approach over here on our navigation display. We get the nav blue up 3,000 feet, 3,000 feet, open descent, and we are flap 1. Good. So what we can also do is go and run our approach checklist. That's something we need to do. That happens about now. or maybe it should actually happen a bit earlier. So documents, normal checklist, approach. ECAM status is checked. I'm checking.
So as you notice, it's pretty much
Christy Holstein.
Same thing.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hi, baby. Landing in the Airbus, landing in 777. Not a huge difference. I mean, I'm sure the menu is a little different in the Airbus, but I also know I'd be interested in seeing
Christy Holstein
in the real world to take
and Babe Ty for the compliment. I heard you.
You're welcome, sweetie. To take you out of autopilot in the Airbus is not as easy as what it would be in like a 777 or something, but I wonder if it follows that on in a sim, because in the real world you got to go through a few steps to even get autopilot to turn off at all. So I'd be curious to know that too. We're not going to look at that today, but
Checking to see there's no STS message here. Nothing unusual. Do this is a top-down view of London. Here's the left. Do is add that. I mean, digits underneath if you want. There you go. So we're turning now. And what I need to do is now I'm pointing towards the airfield. I'm going to press approach, APPR. You could also just press localizer and then later push approach, but I'm just going to do the full thing now. As you can see, and this is our distance measuring equipment knots. 12 miles, 220 knots, and so on. And that will work all the way down, accelerating as well. Once we're on the glide slope, so we have glide slope, lower the gear. As soon as you've done that, you arm the ground spoilers by lifting this up, and we turn on the nose gear lights. So nose light goes to very straightforward in the Airbus landing checklist. Auto brake is set to low, and we can see auto brake, and that will work correctly in the Phoenix as long as maybe 5. So those just a little bit fast, then maybe you'll leave it on a bit longer, maybe to 5 feet. Who knows? It's an adaptable. The Airbus will say retard at 20 feet rad out on a manual landing. That is just a reminder. All it's doing is telling us that we need to close these by touchdown. It's such an important thing. Airbus built in that oral reminder. So if you don't idle them, it's going to keep saying retard, 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 which is saying please retard, which means return the thrust lever, remove the thrust levers back to 0. So it's going to keep saying that until you do. Don't worry, if you need to leave them there because you're getting a lot of sync rate, then that's something you just have to do, and the warning is just there to remind you to fire stick to do this unless there's something strange going on. So generally you just release a bit of the back pressure that you've been holding in the flare. You release that pressure. We see the autopilot off message. I press, oh, bit wobbly on the rudder there. So now, as we said earlier, we have spoilers, reverse green, and the airplane is decelerating. You can see the decel green light has come on the low auto brake message.
I want to fly that so bad. Listen to that. That is so cool.
So there we are. That was an entire descent, ILS approach, and landing.
Alright guys, I encourage you to go subscribe to this guy if you're not subscribed. I'm gonna put this link in the chat. Okay. I encourage you to go subscribe. If you subscribe to him, please let him know Lounging with John sent you over. That way, you know, we're kind of, he's getting our name. He knows that I sent you, and it's always good to have other flight simmers, you know, as friends and all that good stuff. So, now, what are we going to do? Where are we flying? What are we doing? Well, today, Christy is flying. No, I'm just kidding. She's not. Not till we get stuff set up, and then I'm going to, once I got things set up, there's one more piece of equipment that I want to get. Well, there are a few, actually. I want to get the CDU, and then I want to get the Bravo. So we got the throttle, the yoke, and then pedals. That way, literally, you've got everything now when you land. You're stopping with the foot pedal, or pedals. You've got the throttles. You've got the trim wheel. You've got the landing gear lever. So, I really want to get my hands on the Bravo again. I've had it before. I liked it. It was very useful. I need it again. Anyways, let's get the sim loaded. Let's get out of that 37-600. Because we're not flying in that again. Not today. Brandon's got me wanting to do these oceanics now, and I don't know what he's done to me. Which, you know, the funny thing is, people think when they hear the word oceanic, it means you're on long flights. But that's not true. Oceanic is when you're going over the ocean, right? Technically. Your destination, you got to go over the ocean somewhere at some point. There's oceanic. Doesn't mean it's a 10-hour flight every time. Oh, Brandon, I forgot to tell you, we dropped you off at a nursing home last night when we landed. No, I'm just kidding. Because we didn't land. I don't know what happened. But, oh, baby. We didn't get landed because the 737, it got the flu. Somehow autopilot disengaged and I couldn't re-engage. And then I had all the passengers on cabby screaming. Hold on, guys.
Brandon Armstrong. Wow, that's horrible.
Oh. That was Patriot.
Loading, please wait.
Mobile.
51%.
Alright. Let's... Like I said, I don't know what happened.
Friend request.
Last night, but you can ask Christy. The sim went absolutely nuts, didn't it, baby? I mean, it went completely nuts. Come on.
Carlisle HL8978 wants to be your friend. Community. Friend request. Mons2514 wants to be your friend.
Alright.
Community. Friend request. Captain Andy 30 wants to be your friend.
Brandon Armstrong. I would uncheck that box in cabby with the passengers screaming.
I'm going to go find it.
Loading, please wait. 56%.
Okay, sim's loading. While it's doing that,
Loading,
let's get...
please wait. 71%.
Let's do that. Open cabby.
Loading, please wait. 72%.
General.
Loading, please wait. 73%.
Use GSX. No.
Loading, please wait. 75%.
Now it's supposed to start automatically after it connects to the sim.
Loading, please wait. 80%. Loading, please wait. 84%. Loading, please wait. 85%. Welcome menu. Page 1 of 3. Currently highlighted. Dune activities. Button 1
I
of 5.
wonder if I turn that off, that gets rid of the chat during the flight. Because it says,
activities.
it says play
to quit to desktop.
ambient
Press
sounds
support and release
during
notes.
flight. Passengers chatter and etc. I'm going to uncheck add passenger reaction to plane movement. Uncheck that. Crew greeting passengers at the gate. I know, I kind of like that because it's kind of a audible that tells me it's still doing boarding. I thought about unchecking passenger sounds and see if it just plays during boarding. Let's uncheck that. Okay. General, audio, staff. Okay. Here's announcements. Common. You got off. Preferred package. That's if you made your own. Or prefer AI, which is what I hit. Crew boarding. Off. Prefer package. AI.
Christy Holstein. Hi Brandon. Brandon Armstrong. How's it going?
Alright, there's that. Okay. Alright, all settings are saved. I was going to turn off
Cabin crew, prepare for takeoff.
I do want to change.
Cabin crew, prepare for takeoff.
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 I like the one voice. Roger.
Cabin crew, prepare for takeoff.
All right. All right, settings. There we go. All right, so I saved settings. I turned off ambient sounds during flight to see if it gets rid of passenger. I'll turn that back on if it completely wipes out passenger sound, because I like the passenger sounds in the beginning. All right, so let's just go ahead and exit this for now. We'll find out.
Dune activities. Flight training. Activities. Button 4 of 5. Marketplace. Button 3 of 5. Now, world map.
All right.
World map screen. Search result. Aircraft selection and custom. Aircraft select. Search bar. Select to enter text.
We're looking for.
Searching for 777 to 2. Boeing 777-200 ERGE cruise speed 482 knots, true airspeed, max altitude. Selected. 777-200 aircraft selection and customization menu. Button. Press numpad -sign. Select departure. Combo box.
Now.
Select to open a search field, or select from recommended and recent airports. After an airport is selected here, an additional drop-down list becomes active below this one, to allow selection of a specific airport gate or runway. Press ESC to go back. Press F12 to reset. Press space to more. Press numpad -sign / numpad +sign to zoom.
Baby, how you doing today, sweetheart? Let me see where we're going.
Christy Holstein. Still hurting.
Yeah, I know you are, honey. Hopefully that medicine will start helping here soon. Okay, so So we got okay, so the 2 flights that we got going now, and I'm not going to get rid of this one because this is going to, yeah, I want to do this one. Because I want to test a theory. But this is going to be close to 2,000 miles. And we're flying out of Memphis, going to Seattle. And when I said I want to test something, I got some weather stuff I want to see if I can, well, I'll show you when we get to that point. After that flight, we're going from Anchorage, Alaska, over to Oakland. And then going from, no. Yeah. And then we're going from Guangzhou, China, to Osaka. Actually, no, we're not. We're going from Catalyst, Poland, to Paris. No, that's too short. I'm not doing that flight. We'll
Christy
skip that one.
Holstein. It's not that bad, just a little bit.
Belgium to Turkey. Some of the flights I won't do because they're shorter than what I want. Mumbai, India to Dubai. That's not a bad flight. Osaka, Japan to Japan. Hong Kong, I meant. So, anyway, we got some decent flights here. Looking to see. You know, I think a pilot, the other thing a pilot's life should do is, if you got more than one type of airplane, let's say you want to fly for Delta in the 737, but then fly for FedEx in the triple, it'd be cool if they gave you that ability to do that. Do you know what I'm saying, Brandon? Are you paying attention? Can you follow everything that I'm saying? I'm just kidding. I'm just messing with you. Anyways, Memphis to Seattle. Okay. That'd be a good flight though. Be a daytime scene. So, yeah. All right.
Switch departure. Select departure. Search. KMEM/Memphis.
Memphis.
Select KMEM. Switch departure and arrival point. Select arrival. Search results. KSEA/Seattle. Select
Seattle.
KSEA Seattle. Switch departure and arrival. KMEM Memphis. Runway 9. Parking 3 ramp GA medium. Parking 2 ramp GA medium. Parking 1 ramp GA medium. Parking 2 ramp GA. Parking 3 ramp. Parking 4 ramp GA medium. Parking 5 ramp GA medium. Drop down runway gate. Parking 5 ramp GA medium.
Alright, there we
go.
go.
Drop down list. Select a view of.
I got a feeling Memphis is going to be busy today. Alright, Alright, guys, hold on.
Loading, please wait. 33%. Loading, please wait. 70%.
You look like he's in one of them don't bother me.
Loading, please wait. 77%.
Yeah. He's comfy. I'm not gonna mess with him.
Loading, please wait.
I like my fingers.
83%.
Going back though and talking about weather.
Loading, please wait.
I understand
83%.
the concept behind how weather can be very difficult for us. I get it. I get it when it comes to the accessibility for weather.
84%.
But I bet you if
Andy Heisel. Memphis, Tennessee will be very busy today.
Yeah.
Elvis Presley has risen from his grave. People are flocking to see the rock messiah. LOL.
That's
Loading,
that's
please wait.
funny.
84%.
If Christy can see the weather radar, she could even tell me, like, you know, some stuff about it. Maybe we're gonna see. I think that given that AI is something that can be used pretty good today, I think even AI could be something to help navigate weather, especially given that we can't really see the weather chart. So, and the other thing that I like Pilot. It's an AI thing on the computer.
Brandon Armstrong. Remember, don't load the forecast for takeoff.
No, it's for landing. For landing. The forecast that you load, that I usually load on takeoff, I do the weather for takeoff, but then I do the forecast for landing, and I don't want to load that on takeoff, is what you mean. But yeah, I know what you're saying. I'm going to go to...
There really isn't a weather radar in the sim, not a detailed one anyway. The sim doesn't provide an API for weather data right now. People have been asking for years.
Well, I get that, but but people that are flying, though, Josh, they do have ways to get
Andy
weather
Heisel.
For their flight.
Wish somebody would write an AI program to read what is on a weather radar. That would be very nice. I know it could probably be done.
They might not have the exact details for the weather, but I'm telling you that pilots that are flying in the sim, they still have a way to look at weather to see where they're flying and the weather they're flying through. So there is ways for them to at least know what they're coming into. And you're right, it's not been in the sim for years, but now we're to the point to where I believe
Brandon
that,
Armstrong. Be my eyes can read weather radars and maps.
I believe that they can definitely do more today than what they have. So And the other thing about the weather radar, it does give precipitation, which is important for a flight too. It doesn't do
Andy Heisel.
All the cloud cover.
Do
and all
you have
that,
to point it at screen and then it will read it? Brandon, is that what you mean?
No, you tell Be My Eyes to read what's on the screen and it reads it to you. So whatever screen you're on, like I've got Be My Eyes on my computer, I can tell it, I can hit the button to tell me what is on the screen. So it's a hotkey. So I go to my sim, and then I can hit the hotkey, and it will tell me what's on what it's showing. I'll give you an idea of it right now. Hold on.
Brandon Armstrong. Exactly, and if you have a photo of a weather map, you can read the map with Be My Eyes.
Yeah, but that's still not enough to help you when you're doing a flight, because you got to know where you're at on that map, blah 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 blah. But anyway, I'll show you here, Andy, real quick. I'm gonna hold on, I'll show you. Okay, I'm gonna give you a Be My Eyes for inside the airplane and outside. So let's do outside first. Okay, it's
Brandon Armstrong.
doing the scan.
I use Be My Eyes on my phone to read weather maps when bad weather is heading this way.
Okay, so it says a large commercial airplane is positioned on a tarmac area of an airport under a clear blue sky. The view is from behind the aircraft, slightly above, showing both wings and the tail. There are green fields and scattered buildings in the background beyond a perimeter fence. The airplane appears stationary as the engine and airspeed indicators on the left show 0% throttle and 0 knots, and the altitude on the right is low, around 70 feet, indicating that it is on the ground. The fuel level is low at 5%, and it says the instrument overlays at the corners display standard flight and engine info with no warnings or error messages. So that's what it told me for outside the airplane. Now if I go in, describe my screen. Now let's see what it says on inside the cockpit. Now I don't use this very often, but it says a cockpit view from inside the aircraft, looking out through the windshield with part of the instrument panel in the view. The instrument panel in view. The outside scene shows a clear blue sky and a grassy area bordered by concrete barriers with trees and some structures in the distance. The cockpit panel displays various buttons, switches, and knobs labeled with flight control and navigation terms such as altitude, bank, limit, A/P for autopilot, F/B, and others. There are no visible warnings or error messages on the controls. So that's gives you kind of an idea. Now, what I could do, and I've done it, I could actually change my view on the on the panels here, and it's read me different stuff on the different displays. Now, I don't really like having to use that to get, like, there's been times when I've had to use it to get information on what a warning was shown, why there was a warning. I don't like having to do that because it's not that it's not accurate, because it is, but you can't navigate, you can't do anything with what it's seeing by what it says. Like, I wouldn't be able to click anything because it's saying, hey, warning is whatever, blah, blah, blah. You can't click it or nothing. Like, you still don't know where exactly something is. Now, it'll tell you what panel it might be on the left or on the right, and you can ask it, what's below that panel, what's above that panel. It'll give very specific details. So, for example, if I went and typed, let's just say, do you see any other airplanes outside the cockpit view? Then now he's thinking, it's doing his little do. Said, no, there are no other airplanes outside. That's what it says. At least right now, anyways. Once I load everything, it's going to change, because say intentions is going to then load in the real traffic, and things are going to get crazy, Buck. So I'm going to need you to stand outside the airplane, directing traffic away from our airplane. And don't tell nobody what we're hauling, neither. You'll get us in a lot of trouble. And then I'd have to have Brandon take you to the cargo bay and tie you down like you're a pallet. In this case, you'd be a pilot. A pile of. Not a pilot, but a pile of. A pile of shit. I'm just kidding. Back to the main discussion here. I think that weather is something that is important, and the nice thing is, say intentions can actually do some of the weather navigation, so that kind of helps. I've never had to have them do that with me, but I've been told that that it can and has done that. So anyways, update about First Officer. Josh was talking to us yesterday on the live stream last night, and there are fixes that's occurred with First Officer. So on the next update, hopefully a week from now, maybe less, maybe more, it should read everything correctly. So that should change, hopefully, some of the negative talk that's going around. Wonder if we got any spies today, hoping to hear me say something that they can run back to their Omega Master. Master, I heard him say it. He was talking about people saying bad things about First Officer and the developer. Master. Anyways. Alright, so we're in Memphis. Let's go ahead and get our flight data. Sim brief dispatch button. Oh. FDX. You know what that stands for, Andy? All right. Flight number 710, going from KMEM, Kilo Mike, Echo Mike, to KSEA, Kilo Sam, Echo Alpha. Now this says, and I don't see this difference in the sim, but it says B77L200. Now we are in the 200, right? Okay. It says LR. B77L 200 LR. But if I go down, it goes to the 77F, the freighter. And then it's got the 772 ER. So what's the difference, Josh, between the 772 ER and the 77L 200 LR? Aren't them both the same damn plane? Yeah, that's a 200 LR. Oh, I see. Okay. Never mind. Hold on. So I got to put in the 772. Okay. And alternate airport is KPDX. That's where we'll drop Mr. Heiso off if he's running his lip. What do you think, Brandon? You know, I'm gonna go off topic here for a minute. I need to go back and find that video. And I'm not even going to play the video, but I'll show you the link. You guys can watch it yourself if you choose to. So before I even say anything, let me say this. I understand that there are trolls out there on YouTube. They're everywhere. And I understand that there are people that are just out for attention. But for somebody to make some of the comments that I seen on a video last night, they're going to find this guy, and this is what causes people to get badly hurt. Because there was a video of somebody making fun of Charlie's family, laughing, directing messages toward the kids that they have no father now. Like, what is wrong with you? You know, I don't care if you're a believer in God or not. There are morals that we all go by. And anybody that can do that, they clearly are blank in their mind when it comes to having morals. They have no morals because They don't have the common sense to even put together how to have decent morals. It's disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. And I get it. There's people that didn't like that guy. Fine. There's people I don't like, but it don't mean that I would laugh if something happened to him. You know, I don't like the way Andy's face looks, and I got to deal with that all the time. I'm always having to remember, you know, I see his face, and I grab a roll of toilet paper. I'm like, oh, wait, that's not his ass, it's his face. What are you doing? No, I'm just kidding, Buck. Oh, gosh. But come on, people, have some decency. Honestly. Have some decency. All right, Brandon, what's the altitude today? Let's see who can get the closest one. What is our cruise altitude for this flight? Memphis to Seattle. I'm curious to see who gets it the closest. Man, my girl, she was, Brandon too actually got pretty close before.
Brandon Armstrong. 36,000.
Babe, if you're awake, what about you? What do you think it is, honey? Cruise altitude. Brandon says 36,000. I can tell you we got 207 passengers today. 206 if Andy keeps being stuck up. What do you think, Brandon? We throw him to the cargo bay? Anybody else going to guess on that altitude? £64,392 of fuel has been selected. And I want to thank Buck Wild because he's the one paying for the fuel costs today. Thanks, Buck. We appreciate that. You're a good man. Cruise altitude is 40,000.
Brandon Armstrong. What was the question?
What was the question? I just asked a question. Cruise altitude. Oh, you talking about when I said about the guy? I was talking about that video I'm gonna share with you guys. You can go watch it, but
Andy Heisel. 75,600.
75,000. Buck, we're flying in a 777, not a space shuttle. Good Lord, Brandon, where's he taking us? To the moon? Jesus. All right, we're taking off from 36 Center.
Brandon Armstrong. No, not that much fuel, wow.
I gotta say, Andy, that's the highest that someone's guessed on cruise altitude. Lord Almighty. I mean, maybe the spy airplane can go up that high, but good Lord, son. What's wrong with him, Brandon? What are we going to do with this guy? My goodness. All right.
Brandon Armstrong. Who knows LOL?
Alright. There we go. Alright, stay in tensions. Doo-doo. Hit new flight. Hubs of the day. Nashville International. KBNA. Orlando. Canberra. YSCB. I don't understand what this link is about. Fleet Captain Badge. I don't. Enter the link. I gotta click at.
Andy Heisel. I am back. I had to go change into my high altitude flight suit wing costume LOL.
All right. It says the Gate 404 Club, Discovery Student. Well, that is not the right info. Hold on. Okay, it says Fleet Captain. Rank. It says 712. Fleet Captain. Rank 712. Okay, so I guess it showed you what your rank is. It says VFR hours 41.3, 1078 IFR, 226 airports visited. That's cool. All right. So I'm at 39% to Master Fleet. All right. There we go. Get our first officer open.
Memphis ground, FedEx 1421 holding short, runway 36 left.
FedEx 1421, contact tower on 118.3 for takeoff clearance.
John. I'll handle the comms from here.
Tower on 118.3, FedEx 1421.
You can go ahead and get our IFR.
Ground to flight deck, bypass pin removed. We've disconnected and crew is clear. You're good to go. Have a great flight and see you soon.
I'll get our IFR clearance to Seattle.
Start flight.
FedEx 734. We're ready to get our IFR clearance.
Starting pre-flight flow.
Greensboro.
Memphis clearance, FedEx 710 Heavy. We'd like to receive our IFR.
Good afternoon, Captain.
I'll grab that clearance. Give me just a minute.
Memphis clearance. Walker 5249. Request IFR to St. Louis.
Clearance on request. Stand by.
St. Louis for the JT5 departure.
Come on, dude.
Climb, maintain 4,000. Expect flight level 330 and 10. Departure frequency 124.65. Squawk 2515. And we'll look for a runway 27. Walker 5249.
FedEx 710 Heavy. Memphis clearance cleared to Seattle via the Zoom at 5 departure. Then is filed. Climb and maintain 7,000. Expect flight level 40010 minutes after departure. Departure on 120.925 squawk 5231. And I know it's not what you filed, but you can expect runway 27.
Memphis clearance, FedEx 710 Heavy. Cleared to Seattle via Zoom at 5 departure, then as filed. Climb and maintain 7,000. Expect flight level 400 10 minutes after departure. Departure frequency 120.925. Squawk 5231. Expect runway 27.
FedEx 710 Heavy, read back correct. Ground is on 121.0, safe flight, sir.
Cleared to Orlando via Bivy King 7. Departure then as filed. Climb and maintain 4,000. Expect flight level 450. 10 minutes after departure. Departure on 124.15, squawk 3372. And my runway has been changed to runway 9.
Citation 36 Mike, read back correct.
Memphis ground, this is FedEx 5044 Heavy. We've got information Oscar on board. We're in Airbus A350 in the North FedEx Bay, and we are requesting our IFR clearance to Oakland. Give me 1 second for that clearance. Memphis clearance, FedEx 1402 Heavy at on the FedEx ramp at spot 463 with information Delta, ready to copy IFR to Newark Liberty International.
I'll have your clearance in just a second.
Clear to Newark Liberty via the Carson 7 departure, climb maintain 5000, departure frequency on 124.15, squawk 6713, and we're switching our departure runway to 27, FedEx 1402 Heavy.
FedEx 1402 Heavy, read back correct?
Yeah, we're clear to Ottawa via the Carson 7 departure, and then it's filed climb 7000, expect flight level 35010 minutes after. Departure on 120925, squawk 3244, FedEx 150.
Brandon Armstrong. Is cabby loaded?
56, read back correct.
It's
clearance,
now,
CBM 4905, Lima Mike. I'd like our clearance to Austin Bergstrom.
1 second while I grab the paperwork.
Cleared to Phoenix Sky Harbor Airport via the Ducks 5 departure, then as filed. Climb and maintain 5000 feet. Expect flight level 34010 minutes after departure.
Heading out for the walk around.
And contact departure on 124.65, squawk 4273, Northwest 225.
Clearance FedEx 798, IFR to Minneapolis.
Cleared Dallas via Children 5, as filed. Climb and maintain 8000. Expect 360 and 10. Departure 120.925, squawk 5545.
64,
FedEx 69 Heavy, read back correct. I am working on that clearance, stand by.
FedEx ready to copy clearance to Ottawa.
Alright, we'll expect runway 36 left, cleared to Oakland via the Zoom at 5 departure, then as filed. Climb and maintain 5000. We'll expect flight level 40010 minutes after departure. Departure on 124.65, squawking 1154 for FedEx 5044 Heavy.
Center citation 1136 or clearance 1136 Mike. I'd like to pick up my IFR clearance to Salt Lake City, please.
Right, we're at KM.
Memphis clearance is Southwest 1765.
Boarding started.
Gate 5 with information. Papa, ready to copy IFR clearance to Denver.
GPS.
Memphis clearance, FedEx 4306 to Denver, ready for clearance.
FedEx 4306 Heavy, read back correct.
Memphis clearance, good evening, FedEx 1201 with information, Papa, requesting IFR to Dallas Fort Worth.
Memphis Center, correction. Memphis clearance, American 1832 is with you with information, Charlie, looking to pick up IFR at Oklahoma City.
There we go.
Alright, cleared to Oklahoma City for the Zoom Fire departure, and then it's filed. Climb maintain 4000, 220.10 minutes after departure, 120.925 on departure frequency, and squawk 6547 will expect 36 left American 1832.
Memphis clearance, Mirage 2509, ready to copy IFR clearance to Dallas International. We have information, Victor.
Give me 1 second for that clearance.
Memphis clearance, Mirage 2509, we have information, Victor. Clear to the Dulles via the Goat 7 departure as filed. Climb and maintain 6000. Expect flight level 39010 minutes after departure. Departure on 124.15. Squawk 2565. Mirage 2509.
Mirage 2509er, read back correct.
Memphis clearance, FedEx 1528, ready to copy IFR to Rochester with information Yankee. Clear to Rochester via the Gen H7 departure, then is filed. Climb and maintain 6000. Expect flight level 350, 10 minutes after departure. Departure frequency 120.925. Squawk 2343, and we'll expect runway 18 right, FedEx 1528.
Memphis clearance, this is American 024, just loading our last couple of passengers. Can we then get an IFR clearance, please?
Damn it.
To, where are we going? We're going to... Oh, I've lost the clearance.
I'm going to load this real quick.
IFR clearance to Cap Carlos, please.
Alright, we are cleared to Indianapolis via the Carson 7 departures and is filed. Climb and maintain 6,000. Expect flight level 310, 10 minutes after departure. Departure is 124.15, squawk 3334, and we'll expect 18 right for FedEx 1585.
I'll fix Cabby here in a minute.
FedEx 1585, read back correct.
Alright, we're not doing forecast for descent.
And FedEx, correction, Memphis clearance, FedEx 2345 heavy, request IFR clearance to Brussels, Belgium, with information uniform, ready to copy.
American 128 cleared to Charlotte via the Get 7 departure, then it's file, climb and maintain 5,000. Expect flight level 39010 minutes after departure, departure on 124.15, squawk 4652, and we'll expect runway 36 left, American 128.
American 128, read back correct.
This clearance, this is Eastern 1093, requesting IFR clearance to Savannah. I have information Kilo this afternoon.
Clear to Little Rock, radar vectors twinkle, then is foul, climb maintain 4,000, expect 12,000, 10 minutes later. Departure 120.925, squawk 1457, expect runway 36 left for 36 Mike.
Duke 36 Mike, read back correct.
Memphis delivery, FedEx 1574 heavy on stand 459 with information Victor, altimeter 30.23, requesting IFR clearance to Indianapolis.
Clearance to November Whiskey 1887 with information X-ray. Ready to pick up IFR clearance to Nashville.
Service clearance, no flight 287, ready to copy IFR.
Cleared to Tullahoma via the GUT 7 departure, then is filed, climb and maintain 6,000, expect flight level 27010 minutes after departure. Departure on 124.15, squawk 1524, expect runway 18 right, citation 3 Alpha Mike.
Citation 3 Alpha Mike, read back correct.
Delta 329 is cleared to Austin via the Binky 6 departure, then is filed. Maintain 7,000, expecting 320, 10 minutes after. Departure frequency is 120.925, squawking 2152, and we're looking for runway 18 right this morning.
There we go.
Memphis clearance, good morning, this is FedEx 1457 requesting IFR clearance. Cleared via the Ducks 5, climb and maintain 5,000, expect flight level 320 and 10. 2465 on the departure, 2542 on the squawk, FedEx 1472.
Memphis clearance, a very good evening, FedEx 721.
Right,
we have information, Oscar. We're sitting over at the cargo ramp at number 463. We're looking to pick up IFR to Newark, please.
Fix Cabby real quick because
FedEx 134, Memphis clearance delivery, ready to pick up our IFR clearance to Winnipeg. FedEx 134 heavy, cleared to Winnipeg via the Grizz 5 departure, then it's filed. Climb and maintain 6,000, expect flight level 340, 10 minutes after departure. Departure is on 124.65, squawk 4357, and we'll expect runway 27 for departure for FedEx 134.
FedEx 134 heavy, read back correct.
Contact afternoon, Northwest 3081, requesting IFR to Dakota Beach.
Information Sierra.
Walk around completed.
Foxtrot 11, requesting IFR clearance to Pensacola.
clearance delivery. This is FedEx 906 with information Kilo IFR to New Orleans.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Vera, and I'm your chief flight attendant. The fasten seatbelt sign is on. If you haven't already done so, please stow your carry-on luggage underneath the seat in front of you or in an overhead bin. Please take your seat and fasten your seatbelt. Also make sure your seat back and folding trays are in their full upright position. If you are seated next to an emergency exit, please carefully read the special instructions card located by your seat. If you do not wish to perform the functions described in the event of an emergency, please ask a flight attendant to reseat you. We remind you that this is a non-smoking flight. Smoking is prohibited on the entire aircraft, including the lavatory. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the lavatory smoke detectors is prohibited by law. If you have any questions about our flight today, please don't hesitate to ask one of our flight attendants.
Pre-flight checklist.
Thank you.
Oxygen. Tested. Flight instruments.
Memphis
Set. Parking brake.
On.
Fuel control switches. Cut off. Pre-flight checklist completed.
Hey, clearance deliveries, FedEx 5817 Heavy. I'd like to get clearance to Fort Worth. Okay, clear to Dallas, Fort Worth, Children's 5, departure that is filed, climb maintain 7,000, expect flight level 32010 after departure, departure is 24.65, squawking 5417 for runway 18 center for FedEx 5817. Morning clearance delivery is FedEx 5817, and we'd like to get our flight plan to Fort Worth.
Right, sir. Cleared to Salt Lake City via Nike 5 departure, then it's filed, climb maintain 5,000, expect flight level 430, 10 minutes after departure. Departure on 120.925, squawk 1516, and expect runway 27.
Memphis clearance, FedEx 534 Heavy with information Lima, requesting IFR clearance to Des Moines.
Memphis clearance, Catbird 104, requesting IFR clearance to Charlotte Douglas with information Victor.
So we've already been through the
morning clearance, FedEx 1473 with Tango.
Setup here with the data, but
United 7731, request IFR clearance for Denver, please.
I'm gonna wait for this to start.
Memphis, Canadians at Dover 618, requesting clearance to Manchester, Boston Regional.
Memphis clearance, good evening. November 3140 Sierra Bravo, looking to pick up the IFR to Charlotte.
I'll have your clearance in just a second.
Cleared to Charlotte via the GoEx Z7 departure, Dennis File, climb maintain 6,000, expect flight level 390, 10 minutes after departure. Departure on 124.15, squawk 1764, 314 Sierra Bravo.
Memphis clearance delivery, FedEx 144, ready to pick up our IFR clearance.
Memphis clearance, good morning. FedEx 3310, look for IFR clearance to Charlotte. FedEx 3310 Heavy, requesting IFR clearance to Charlotte.
Memphis clearance, Southwest 73, gate Alpha 25 with information hotel, IFR to Kilo Bravo November Alpha.
And then we'll be good. I might finish loading.
Cleared to Nashville via the GETS 7 departure, then is filed, climb maintain 6,000. Expect flight level 210, 10 minutes after departure. Departure frequency 124.15, squawk 3432, expect runway 1 right, Southwest 73.
Memphis clearance delivery, United 1123 is ready to copy IFR to Sky Harbor with information Juliet.
Cleared to Dallas Love via the Childress departure, then is filed, climb maintain 5,000, expect 26,000, about 10 minutes after departure. Departure 124.65, Squawk 2554, expect runway 18, right.
Boarding started.
Memphis clearance, FedEx 1546 Heavy, clearance to Newark.
Clearance, this is American.
Let's do boarding. I'll be right back, guys.
46, looking for IFR to Charlotte Douglas. Here's a A319.
1 second while I grab the paperwork.
Clear to Charlotte via the GOT 7 at departure, then file, climb maintain 4,000 feet, expect flight level 37, 10 minutes post, departure on 2415, block 1442, American 1846, thank you.
This delivery, FedEx 148 on stand 251 with information Sierra on a MD-11, requesting IFR clearance to Lester B. Pearson International. A clear to Lester B. Pearson International via the Carson 7 departure route in as follows. Climb and maintain 7,000 feet. Expect flight level 350 in 10 minutes.
Good afternoon.
Departure is 124.15, squawk 5527. Expect runway 18.
May I see your boarding pass?
Heavy.
Welcome aboard.
Memphis clearance delivery, FedEx 2345 Heavy, request IFR clearance to
Welcome aboard.
with Oscar rated copy 777 Hawks FedEx ramp.
May I see your boarding pass?
FedEx 2345 Heavy, information Oscar, cleared to Heathrow via the Carson 7 departure.
May I see your boarding pass?
Departure runway
May I see your boarding pass?
Initial climb 4,000.
Welcome aboard.
And departure on 120.925.
Welcome aboard.
Squawk 6242, FedEx 2345 Heavy.
Good afternoon.
FedEx 2345 Heavy, read back correct.
May I see your boarding pass? Good afternoon.
Climb and maintain 4,000. Expect flight level 2.
May I see your boarding pass?
After departure. Departure frequency will be 124.15.
May I see your boarding pass?
1122.
May I see your boarding pass? May I see your boarding pass? Welcome aboard.
Memphis clearance, FedEx 1402 Heavy, information Kilo, requesting IFR to Newark Liberty.
Good afternoon.
Give me 1 second for that clearance.
Welcome aboard.
Got 7 departure.
Welcome aboard.
Initial climb 7,000, 350 10 minutes after. Departure on 120.925. Squawk 3547, FedEx 1402 Heavy.
May I see your boarding pass?
FedEx 2206, information Kilo, IFR to Denver.
Welcome aboard.
American 225,
May I
read back
see your
correct.
boarding pass?
225.
Welcome aboard.
Let's push the start, break 10.
Good afternoon.
53, let's pick up our IFR to Dallas Fort Worth. We have information Charlie.
Welcome aboard. May I see your boarding pass?
Clearance, FedEx 169 at parking stand.
Welcome aboard.
558 with information Echo on type of 777 freighter.
May I see your boarding pass?
IFR clearance to Ted Stevens. Okay, clear to Ted Stevens via the Nike
May I see your boarding pass?
route in this file. Climb and maintain 5,000 feet. Expect flight level 320 in 10
Good
minutes.
afternoon.
Departure frequency is 124.65. Squawk 4552.
May I see your boarding pass?
Runway 9. However, I'd like to request runway 36 less.
FedEx 169
Welcome
Heavy,
aboard.
read back correct.
Good afternoon.
Flight 682, cleared to Cincinnati via the Carson 7 that has filed, climb and maintain 10.
Good afternoon.
70 and 10.
May I see your boarding pass?
124.15, squawk 6213.
Flight 682, read back correct.
Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. Good afternoon.
Memphis clearance, FedEx
Welcome aboard.
8490, information Charlie at the South Cargo
Good
ramp.
afternoon.
Ready to copy IFR clearance.
Good afternoon.
Departure. Climb to 5,000 feet. Expect flight level 37.
Welcome aboard.
40 minutes after departure, departure 124.15, squawk 373.
Good afternoon.
American 1846.
Good morning, Memphis.
Welcome aboard.
Clearance, United 510.
Welcome aboard.
IFR clearance to Mickey.
May I see your boarding pass? Good
United
afternoon.
510 Memphis clearance, clear to McGee Tyson Airport via
Welcome
the
aboard.
US 7 departure. The direct Shelbyville direct. Climb
May
and
I see
maintain
your boarding
4,000.
pass?
Departure frequency
May I see your boarding pass?
124.65. Squawk 6271.
Clear to McGee Tyson.
May I see your boarding pass?
As direct, climb and maintain 4,000, departure.
Welcome aboard.
124.65, squawk 6271.
Good afternoon. Welcome aboard. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Let's shut these doors. I can step away for a second. Bye.
Welcome aboard. Good afternoon.
1371. Information goal and request runway 18 center.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Welcome aboard.
I'm working on that clearance. Stand by. Heads up. Your app version is too old
Good
for a reliable
afternoon.
experience. Please update to the latest version by download it from the pilot portal.
Good afternoon.
Memphis clearance 197 departure Chicago aware.
May I see your boarding pass?
In just a second.
Memphis clearance November 710.
May I see your boarding pass?
General Aviation. Looking to pick up our IFR.
Good afternoon.
Las Vegas.
May I see your boarding
Clear to
pass?
Las Vegas here to Duck.
May I see your boarding pass?
10,000.
May I see your boarding pass?
10 Metro for departure. Departure on 124.15 and we'll squawk 6235.
May I see your boarding pass?
0 Victor Mike, read back correct.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
UPS 2020, what was our clearance?
UPS 2120 Heavy, read back correct.
Welcome aboard.
Memphis clearance, FedEx 469 ready for...
May I see your boarding pass?
Memphis clearance, citation 75305, IFR to Hagerstown.
Good afternoon.
Okay, cleared to Hagerstown via the goods 7 departure, then is filed, climb and maintain 5,000.
Good afternoon.
Expect flight level 3900,
Welcome
10
aboard.
minutes after departure. Departure 120.925.
Welcome aboard.
Squawk 1454, citation 75305.
Good afternoon.
Memphis clearance.
Good afternoon.
Tracer 308, request for IFR to Palm Beach.
May I see your boarding pass?
Memphis clearance, good morning.
May I see your boarding pass?
1432, request IFR clearance to Miami.
May I see your boarding pass?
Yankee. Clearance number 1949.
May I see your boarding pass?
Ready to copy IFR to Atlanta Hartsfield. Clear to Atlanta.
Welcome aboard.
7 departure, that is filed, climb, maintain 5,000, expect flight level 370 and 10.
Welcome aboard.
Departure 12415,
Good afternoon.
6154, expect 36 right 4 and echo.
May I see your boarding pass?
49 Echo, read back correct.
Clear to Newark, Liberty
Welcome
via
aboard.
the goods 27
Good afternoon.
departure. That is filed, climb and maintain 5,000, expect flight level 330, 10 minutes after departure.
Good afternoon.
Departure 120.925.
Welcome aboard.
Squawk 4613 and expect runway 18 rate. FedEx 4202.
May I see your boarding pass?
Memphis clearance. Good morning. Vision Jet 010, Tango Bravo, IFR to Lucky.
Good afternoon.
Have information, Charlie, ready to copy. Alright, we're clear to Salt Lake by the Duck 5 departure.
May I see your boarding pass?
5,000, expect to 32010 minutes
Good
after
afternoon.
departure frequency 124.65, squawk 5244 for Midwest 0000.
Good afternoon. May I see your boarding pass?
All clear to Las Vegas, brief information of Seattle.
May I see your boarding pass?
Walker 1418 with information Delta, requesting IFR clearance to
Welcome aboard.
London Stansted. Cleared to
Welcome aboard.
London Stansted. Gene 7 departure, then filed, initial flight for 5,000.
Good
Expect
afternoon.
flight level 310, 10 minutes
Welcome
after
aboard.
departure on 120.925. Squawk 1714 and
Welcome
we'll
aboard.
expect runway 18
Welcome
right,
aboard.
Walker 1418.
Welcome aboard.
1418 Heavy, read back correct.
Good evening, this is Clear American 3738.
May I see your boarding pass? May I see your boarding pass?
Clear to the...
May I see your boarding pass?
Ghost 7 departures in its file.
Good afternoon.
5,000, file level 31010 minutes after departure. Departure 124.15 squawk 3572. And we'll expect 18 tower for departure, American 3738.
Memphis clearance, Delta 99329, IFR to Austin. Ready to copy with whiskey.
FedEx 2345 to the information mic, cleared to Heathrow via the Get 7 departure, Dennis filed. Departure runway 18 center, initial climb to 4,000, departure on 120.
Hold on, Brandon, I'll be back with you in a few minutes.
Squawk 2242, FedEx 2345 Heavy. Memphis clearance,
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome aboard FedEx flight number 710, non-stop from Memphis to Seattle. My name is Johnny, and I am your captain for today's flight. It is my pleasure to welcome you on board this Boeing 777-200. Joining me in the cabin is our lead crew member, Christy, and together we will do our utmost to make your journey comfortable. At this time, we're still at the gate and final preparations are underway. So please make yourselves comfortable. Thank you for choosing FedEx and for allowing us to serve you this afternoon.
Frequencies 20.925, squawking 5416 for 18 right for FedEx 5817.
FedEx 5817 Heavy, read back correct.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome aboard. My name is Christy, and I will be looking after you today along with Captain Johnny and the rest of our cabin team. As you settle in, please stow your carry-on baggage securely in the overhead bins or beneath the seat in front of you, and ensure your seat back and tray table are in the upright position. For your safety, we kindly ask that you fasten your seatbelt whenever seated and obey illuminated signs and crew instructions. Smoking is not permitted for the duration of the flight. Complimentary onboard Wi-Fi is available for your convenience. Connection instructions are provided on the card in your seat pocket and will also appear on your device once the service is active. If you require any assistance with seating, storage, or special needs, please do not hesitate to let one of us know. We hope you enjoy your afternoon with us and thank you for flying FedEx.
Good afternoon once again, ladies and gentlemen. This is Captain Johnny speaking with a few details about today's flight. Our planned flight time is approximately 3 hours and 56 minutes, and we will be cruising at approximately 40,000 feet when at altitude. The weather into Seattle is expected to be partly cloudy with a temperature around 15 degrees, and we will advise of any significant changes during the flight. A brief note about our aircraft. The Boeing 777-200 is a long-range, twin-engine wide-body known for efficient cruise performance and a comfortable cabin environment. It has served as a reliable workhorse on many transcontinental routes. For situational awareness during the climb out, we will be departing from the Memphis area, and we will follow a route that carries us over the Mississippi River, across the Rocky Mountains, and ultimately toward the Pacific Northwest and the waterways that serve the Seattle region. For your safety, please note that this aircraft is equipped with 10 emergency exits, and cabin crew will demonstrate safety procedures shortly. We expect a smooth afternoon flight and will keep you informed of our progress. Thank you for your attention, and enjoy the flight.
Completed.
Cabin crew, arm doors and cross-check.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we prepare for departure, we kindly ask for your full attention as we go over the safety features of this aircraft. Seatbelts should be fastened at this time, and all carry-on items must be stored in the overhead bins or under the seat in front of you. In the event of an emergency, follow the illuminated exit signs to locate you in your seat.
Alright, Brandon, you still, everybody still with me? I had to step away for a few minutes.
Any questions?
Is my audio good?
No.
I don't know. Yeah, I guess it is. Okay.
Inflate your vest by pulling the red tab or blowing into the tubes on either side. Do not inflate your vest until exiting the aircraft. If oxygen masks are needed, they will drop automatically from the panel above. Place the mask over your nose and mouth, secure it with the elastic band, and breathe normally. Assistance will be provided once.
See, I always get a message about being late, and I think it's the taxi. I believe it's taxiing. We're a little bit behind. Did the pilot come on and say about apologizing for the delay?
Clearance, Catbird 104, requesting IFR clearance to Charlotte Douglas with information, Mike.
Alright. Goodness, honey.
FedEx
1458 Heavy, looking for IFR to Orlando, please.
Clearance FedEx 759 with Juliet, clearance to Newark.
Alright, so I did not do the
Brandon
weather
Armstrong. Yes,
for
you
descent.
did.
We are we're running a little behind, but my pilot, different voice, I believe, right? Brandon, did it use a new voice? It should have. Because mine needs a little improvement. I don't like it as well. Alright, so.
FedEx 1402, read back correct.
Okay, I'll do. As soon as I get taken off, I'll get it loaded for you. We ain't got far to go to take off. Alright.
943 IFR to Dallas.
Cleared to Charlotte via the A Zone 7 departure. Dennis filed, climb and maintain 7,000.
FedEx requesting pushback with startup and tail direction.
Brandon Armstrong. Yes.
FedEx 710 Heavy, pushback approved, tail north.
Alright, north. And always put the anti-ice on auto, so if it thinks it needs it, it'll use it. If it don't need it, it won't use it.
Memphis ground, Andover 618, ready for pushback. Memphis ground, Andover 618.
Okay. Now.
Pushback.
Endeavor 618, pushback approved, tail north.
Tail north, Andover 618.
Alright, here we go. Requesting tug. Do 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 do. I bet Mr. Andy. Requesting tug.
Ground to flight deck. Tug is on the way.
On the way, Brandon. It's on the way, bud. Andy, hi. So where did you go, you dirty son of a biscuit bumping, gravy eating, cow humping fool? Oh, my bad, my bad.
Pipe has been inserted. Just let me know when you're ready to start the pushback.
Pushback it is. Here we go. Parking brake released, ready for pushback, tail to the north. All right, everybody.
Ground to flight deck, starting pushback, tail to the north.
We're going to start these engine up, Mr. Armstrong. La-da-dee-doo-doo. Dot dot bop 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 bop
Ground to
bop.
flight deck, cleared for engine start and sequence.
Here we go. Start these engines. Now that's very interesting. TFM was reading this with no problem. Now it's back to there is the view from the passenger seat in the back. My girl loves that view. All the people love that view. What about you? Do you love that view? Here we go. We got poundage. Pound away, pound away, pound away. 279 pounds of thrust. 672 pounds of thrust. 1930 pounds of thrust. 2495 pounds of thrust. 3085.
Engine 2 started.
There we go.
Engine 2 cut out.
Here we go.
Brandon Armstrong. Except for people who can't see, views mean nothing to us, LOL.
Yeah, well, that's kind of our problem, not theirs. That's the way they see it. All right.
Ground to flight deck, pushback complete. Please ensure parking brakes are set. Standing by for confirmation of good engine start and report when ready for disconnect.
Come on. Here we go. 16 pounds of thrust. Oil pressure is going up. 179 pounds of thrust. 573. 1545 pounds of thrust. 2232. We're looking for 4,000 or higher. 3095.
Engine 1 started.
There we go. 4160. Perfect.
All engines stable.
Parking brake is set. All engines are stable. Ready for disconnect. Do 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 do.
Before taxi flow. Clear on the right. Clear on the left.
All right.
Flow completed.
Ground to flight deck, bypass pin on
Before taxi checklist. Anti-ice.
Safe flight.
Check.
4.75 is going to be our trim.
Auto brakes. Rejected takeoff. Flight control test.
Hold on, we're getting our trim set real quick. .75. There it is, 4.75. All right, yoke to the left.
Full left.
Back to center.
Neutral.
Over to the right.
Full right.
Back to center.
Neutral.
Straight back.
Full back.
Forward.
Full forward. Checked. Before taxi checklist completed.
Elevator trim announcements are off. We can close. Close that. You can go ahead and request taxi. You'll have to connect to ground to do so.
I'll request taxi clearance now.
All right, KMEM.
FedEx 710 Heavy ready to taxi. We have information, Golf.
FedEx 710 Heavy, Memphis ground, runway 27 taxi via Charlie Victor Victor. Contact tower on 118.3 when ready for departure.
Runway 27, Charlie Victor Victor, contacting tower on 118.3 when ready for departure. FedEx 710 Heavy.
Approaching runway 27.
Before takeoff, flow.
Defame 4000, still established on the localized, please for the ILS-1 for approach. Lufthansa 268.
Alright, takeoff flow.
Runway crossing, runway 9.
Cabin crew, prepare for takeoff.
FedEx 710 Heavy, contact tower on 118.3, safe flight.
Switching to tower
Flow
on
completed.
118.3.
Before takeoff checklist. Flaps. Sit. Before takeoff checklist completed.
$16 right.
Memphis Tower, FedEx 710 Heavy, holding short of runway 27, ready for departure.
Alright, holding short for clearance for takeoff, ladies and gentlemen. Alright.
FedEx 710 Heavy, Memphis Tower, runway 27, wind 060 at 6. RNAV Steve, cleared for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff. Parking brake is off.
Runway 27, RNAV Steve, cleared for takeoff. FedEx 710 Heavy.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
Thrust set.
Eastern 1092,
Checked.
welcome to Memphis. Contact ground on 121.0.
Speed alive.
Ladies
Check.
and gentlemen, we now request your full attention as the flight attendants demonstrate the safety
Check.
features of this aircraft. When the seatbelt sign illuminates, you must fasten your seatbelt. Insert the metal fittings one into the other and tighten by pulling on the loose end of the strap.
B1.
To release
Rotate.
your seatbelt, lift the upper portion of the buckle. We suggest
Gear
that you
up.
keep your seatbelt
Positive
fastened
rate.
throughout the flight, as we may experience turbulence.
Flaps
There are
in.
several emergency exits
Landing
on this
gear up.
aircraft.
400 feet.
Please take a few moments now to
Autopilot.
locate your nearest exit. In some cases, your
Flaps
nearest
up.
exit may be behind you. If we need to evacuate the aircraft,
Acceleration
floor-level
altitude.
lighting will guide you towards the exit.
1307 Heavy, welcome
Doors
to
can be
Memphis.
opened
Contact
by
ground on
moving the handle in the
121.0.
direction of the arrow.
Flaps up.
Each
There goes
door
those
is equipped with an
engines,
inflatable
slowing down a
slide,
little
which may
bit.
also be detached and used as a life raft.
Contacting departure on 120.
Oxygen and air pressure are always being monitored. In the unlikely event of a decompression, an oxygen mask will
Yeah.
automatically appear in front of you. To start the
184
flow of
knots.
oxygen, pull the mask towards you. Place
190.
it firmly over your nose and mouth. Secure the elastic band behind your head and breathe normally.
There we go.
Although the
Speed
bag
is in
is
the
not inflated,
green.
oxygen is flowing to the mask.
Let me get rid of that stupid thing.
If you
I
are
am so
traveling with a
tired of
child
that.
or someone who requires assistance, secure your own mask first, and then assist the other person. Keep your mask on until a crew member advises you to remove it.
FedEx 1314.
No matter how many times you turn the setting for it not to do announcement, it still does it. It's so freaking annoying.
Level 400, direct zoom in. FedEx 710 Heavy.
FedEx 96 Heavy, climb and maintain flight level 260.
Climb and maintain flight level 260, FedEx 96.
Climbing, we're climbing, we're climbing, we're climbing. Yes, we are.
After takeoff checklist. Landing gear. Up. Flaps. Up. After takeoff checklist completed.
FedEx 1314 Heavy, established on ILS 36 right.
Citation 36 Mike, contact Memphis Tower on 118.3.
Contact tower 118.3.
Memphis Center, extension 2029, request vectors, direct Dawson. Negative, we are not landing north, Memphis is landing south. We need 18 right, ILS. Exit 2029, expect the ILS 18 right approach.
Lights off.
Clear direction for November, or Dave 11365.
I did tell it to give a weather announcement.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we continue our climb to our cruising altitude, Please remain seated with your seatbelt fastened and follow illuminated signs and crew instructions. We are currently climbing through 4,000 feet at a ground speed of 310 miles per hour, and the local time is 13 hours and 22 minutes.
We're over 9,000.
Memphis area, you may notice ahead of the city famed for the Mississippi River, Beale Street, and its rich musical heritage. Shortly after we level off, we will begin our first omelet service, a paid hot meal service offering a choice of 2 hot entrees, a fresh salad, and a selection of chilled and hot beverages. You can review the full selection on the menu in the seat pocket in front of you. The cabin crew will be passing through the cabin with service cards to take your orders and accept payment. We accept credit and debit cards as well as contactless payment methods. If you prefer, indicate your choice to the crew when they reach your route, and please have your payment ready to help keep the service smooth and timely. As a reminder, a second paid meal service will be offered prior to our descent into Seattle. Wi-Fi is available on board for browsing and to view digital menus. And if there is anything we can do to assist you at this time, please press your call button, and a member of the cabin team will be with you promptly.
Now, I think I might have already downloaded your song, babe. Let me check and see, and then all I gotta do is upload it to SoundCloud. Let me go look.
Memphis Tower on 118.3.
Memphis Tower 118.3, full and echo.
FedEx 147, contact Memphis Tower on 118.3.
118.3, FedEx 147.
Departure, citation 11369. Direct sheet to climb, maintain 10,000.
Duke 36 Mike, contact Memphis Tower on 118.3.
Going to 118.3 for Tower, 36 Mike.
Delta 913, climb and maintain flight level.
Okay, now let me go in.
Climb and maintain flight level 290, Delta 913.
Memphis ground FedEx 892. Need taxiway clearance to runway 27.
I'm working on that clearance. Stand by.
Climb and maintain flight level 320, FedEx 910 Heavy.
FedEx 910 Heavy, contact Memphis Center on 133.125.
133.125, FedEx 910. Okay, descend to 4,000, turn right heading 335, vectoring for the ILS approach 36 right, FedEx 105 Heavy.
Frontier 1123, climb and maintain flight level 270.
Climb and maintain flight level 270, Frontier 1123.
Transition altitude.
23, climb and maintain flight level 360.
Climb and maintain flight level 360, Frontier 1123.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are commencing our in-flight service as we settle toward cruising. We are currently at approximately 15,000 feet and making good speed at about 430 miles per hour. The local time is 13 hours and 25 minutes. In a few moments, our cabin crew will pass through the cabin with the first paid meal service, offering a choice of hot entrees, a fresh salad, dessert, and a selection of chilled and hot beverages. Menus are available in the seat pocket in front of you and can also be viewed on your device via the onboard wharf dime. The crew will accept credit and debit cards as well as contactless payment methods. Please have your card ready.
Battlefield of the Heart.
We will, as previously advised,
this was the song that Christy had wrote, and I really like it.
Into Seattle. For your safety, please remain seated with your seatbelt fastened while the cards are moving through the cabin. Follow any illuminated signs and crew instructions. If you require any special
Alright, well, I'm going to upload this.
Or would prefer to place your order ahead of the cart, press the call button or notify a crew member, and we will be pleased to assist you.
Good evening, departure, Southwest 1421, 3,700, 5,000. Stand by, Southwest 1421.
Alright, getting it uploaded or downloaded now. Now go to SoundCloud and get it uploaded for you, baby.
Southwest 1421, climb and maintain 14,000 feet.
Southwest 1421 is out of 5,000 feet for 14,000 feet.
2 Foxtrot, something went wrong on this end and I wasn't able to do the math on the vectoring approach. This has been reported as bugs, but you'll need to get yourself to the approach fix.
ILS Basic Center approve. Continue requested November 772 Foxtrot.
2 Foxtrot, contact Memphis Tower on 118.3. Duke 36 Mike, contact Little Rock approach on 119.5.
FedEx 710 Heavy, contact Memphis Center on 126.85.
Contacting Memphis Center on 126.85. FedEx 710 Heavy. Memphis departure, FedEx 710 Heavy. Good afternoon, climbing from flight level 240 to flight level 400.
FedEx 710 Heavy, Memphis Center, good afternoon.
United 1232 with you, flight level 370.
United 1232, Memphis Center, good afternoon.
Juliet Lima Whiskey, contact Memphis Center on 120.075. 20075, Juliet Lima Whiskey. Memphis Center, Frontier 3098, with you at 370.
Frontier 098, Memphis Center, roger. Frontier 098, contact Memphis Center on 118.625.
118.625, Frontier 3098, good day.
Memphis Center, Comanche 610 Alpha Sierra, with you at 5,000.
Comanche 610 Alpha Sierra, Memphis Center, roger. Cedar Creek altimeter 3009er. Comanche 0 Alpha Sierra, contact Kansas City Center on 127.5.
Kansas Center on 124.75.
Memphis Center, Alaska 516, flight level 330.
Alaska 516, radar contact.
Vision Jet 88, Quebec, contact Memphis Center on 120.075. 120.075, 428 Quebec.
Good afternoon, United Center. United 493 with you at flight level 370.
United 49er, Tree 411, UA Memphis Center, roger.
Memphis Center, request every detail for landing at Greenwood, correction at Greenwood Floor Airport.
Britain Norman Mike Alpha November. Descend at your discretion for Greenwood LaFleur Airport, altimeter 3006. Britain Norman Mike Alpha November, contact Memphis Center on 127.425.
Contact Memphis Center 127.425, Norman Mike Alpha November.
All right, baby, it's up there.
contact Memphis Center on 128.475.
124.75.
Comanche 29er Papa, contact Memphis Center on 125.475.
125.475 for 29er Papa.
Good evening. Memphis Center, good evening. Comanche 622 Papa with you, level 6000. Comanche 6229er Papa, Memphis Center, roger. Altimeter 3021.
Memphis Center, Vision Jet 4288, Quebec level, flight level 300.
Vision Jet 4288, Quebec, Memphis Center, roger. American 1542, contact Memphis Center on 120.075.
Going to 120.075, American 1542, good day.
Memphis Center, good afternoon. Citation Charlie Golf, Juliet Lima Whiskey, flight level 430.
Citation Charlie Golf, Juliet Lima Whiskey, Memphis Center, roger.
Alright. We're at 37,000 feet. Almost to cruise altitude, where the pilot will make another announcement.
Cessna 7 Charlie Lima, roger. Radar services terminated. Squawk VFR, frequency change approved.
Radar frequency, or radar services terminated. SWAC VFR. Change in frequency. November 707 Charlie Lima. Good day.
American 3621 Memphis Center, roger.
Andy Heisel. And that announcement will be going up to 75,600 feet for my wingsuit. High altitude jump air marshal Buck Wild is in full effect.
By the way, guys, that is a recording of Buck Wild, because he went and did it and realized that his suit only contained feathers and paper, and he unfortunately plummeted to his death. So unfortunately, Buck Wild wasn't
Brandon
thinking
Armstrong.
Before he jumped.
Any of you ever heard the tale of La Llorona?
I don't even know what you just said, Brandon. The tale of La Llorona? Are you saying you want some pepperonis?
Good afternoon, Delta 245.
Brandon Armstrong. And he had no oxygen.
Delta 245 Heavy, Memphis Center. Good afternoon.
United 510, contact Memphis Center on 126.1.
Contact Memphis Center, United 510.
Is Jay home, or are you home if I come by there to get those, or do I need to wait till later?
Brandon Armstrong. No, it's a ghost story about a woman who drowned her children and is forever looking for them and crying.
Finally, take one little 270, 3 Kilo Lima. Beach 3 Kilo Lima, contact Memphis Center on 133.125. Over 33.125, 3 Kilo Lima. Memphis, Speedbird 901 Charlie, flight level 240. Speedbird 901 Charlie, radar contact.
Alright, so it's going to be about a 3-hour flight. Alright,
Memphis Center, Delta 382, flight level 330. Delta 382, radar contact.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to present our in-flight duty-free shopping service. Today's curated selection features premium fragrances, luxury cosmetics, travel-exclusive skincare sets, elegant souvenirs, and a small range of travel electronics and accessories. Ideal for gifts or for your own use. We are also offering an exclusive promotion for this flight. Purchase any 2 fragrances and receive a special discount on a 3rd selected item. You will find the full catalog in the seat pocket in front of you, and a digital version is available through the onboard Wi-Fi for convenient browsing. Our cabin crew will be coming through the cabin with the shopping cart, so you may view items up close and make your selection. Alternatively, fly a crew member and we will assist you at your seat. We accept major credit and debit cards as well as contactless and mobile wallet payments to make purchases quick and secure. If you would like recommendations or assistance selecting the perfect gift, please let one of our team members know. We are happy to help.
Contact Memphis Center on 126.1.
126.1.com 132, good day.
American 823, contact Memphis Center on 120.075.
Okay, Memphis down 0 on the 120.075. Use for following.
FedEx 710 Heavy, contact Memphis Center on 133.025.
Kansas City Center, Cessna Hotel Whiskey Bravo, Hotel Papa Whiskey 2 on the ground at Boone County, Romeo Hotel Oscar, looking for the
Memphis Center, FedEx FedEx 710 Heavy, good afternoon, maintaining flight level 400.
FedEx 710 Heavy, Memphis Center, good afternoon. Anna 1, 10 miles north of Dallas, supposed to get full at 2000 feet. Memphis Center helicopter, Anna 1, with you 2,000 feet. It's going to be 8.5 miles northeast of Dallas, municipal, requesting flight following 2 Kilo Papa.
Anna 1, approved, descend to 2,000 feet.
Anna 1, requesting flight following.
Memphis Center, American 2347, what arrival am I using? The server for arrival with what transition, American 2347?
American 2347, you're using the 74 arrival.
Memphis Center, KLM 175, with you, flight level 380.
FedEx 710 Heavy, Memphis Center, contact Kansas City Center on 127.5.
Contacting Kansas City Center on 127.5, FedEx 710 Heavy. Kansas City Center, FedEx 710 Heavy, good afternoon, maintaining flight level 400.
FedEx 710 Heavy, Kansas City Center, good afternoon. Jet 8 Tango Bravo, speed 250 knots.
Unable. Vision Jet 8 Tango Bravo. 225 knots is the maximum I can do at this flight level.
And Senator 200 Papa Flight to continue that descent to 3,000 if possible.
Brandon, how's it going over there, bud? Everybody else with us, Mr. Hassel, my beautiful, beautiful fiance over there. Now,
Brandon Armstrong. People are here.
all right. I know you are, Brandon. I think getting people to talk, dude. You know? What fun is it just to sit there and zip your lip? Conversate. All right, so I'm going to talk about Cabby a little bit. I'm going to give my feedback on some things that I think could be better. So what I'm going to do is
Andy Heisel. I am here wide and awake.
Okay. I'm going to make it where you can hear the reader so you can see this. And I got to change. So hold on a minute.
Bonanza 1 Alpha Whiskey, Kansas City Center. Okay. Descend and maintain 7,000.
Negative. Can you let us know why you wasn't sending us 7,000? We were close to 16,000.
Now I always get the mics mixed
Once
up.
I'm back doing laundry and
So
dishes.
you might not hear me right away because I always get the mics mixed up which one where you can hear me where you can't. So just bear with me because I'm going to mute the mics first.
DSW, IFR.
Dial 5128, roger.
For 128, this was refund for TBM 16810.
Skylane 94527, Kansas City Center, roger. Willard, altimeter 2960.
Okay, can anybody hear me when it comes through? Okay. Did this mic make me echo or is this the right mic? You guys let me know.
Brandon Armstrong. Yes. Christy Holstein. Yes.
Okay, hold on. So you didn't need that other mic. Okay. Let me do a test one more time. If you can hear me on this mic, give me number 1. Hit 1 in your chat if you hear me on this
Brandon
mic.
Armstrong. You're fine, no echo.
I know, but I got 3 different mic settings, Brandon, so that's what I'm saying. Put a 1 if you guys hear me now. It's more confusing on my end than yours, I promise. So if you hear me, put a 1.
Andy Heisel. Yes, I can hear the screen reader and you.
Did you hear me say anything about number 1? Or no?
Brandon Armstrong. 1.
Okay.
Christy Holstein.
Alright, perfect.
1.
Okay, good. Okay. So whenever I want you guys to hear me and everything else, I gotta mute both microphones. Okay, I got it. Alright, so... Alright, so I'm gonna let you see what Cabby looks like, kind of the way it's laid out. So when you open it, you go to the top, and there is 2 things that say clickable. What I've learned is that either closes it completely or minimizes it, so I just don't mess with that. Now, that first heading, I don't fully understand them numbers, but I think it's got to do with the UTCF. DX710. I don't know what that means, but that's at the top. Yeah, right there. And if you're down arrow, KMEM 1750. I believe that's Zulu time. I believe. I could actually find out by doing this.
Flight panel window. Microsoft Flight Simulator.
And me.
1859Z.
No, that don't do it. Okay.
1859Z.
1859.
Add-on program. Separator. Heading level 3 KMEM 1750.
And that says 1750. Okay, anyways.
16 minutes late.
And then it says 16 minutes late. That's got to do with the taxi.
Heading level 5729.
And then...
Heading level 32214 KSEA. 16 minutes late. Heading level 5729. Nav 2. 1 button boarding. Heading level 5729.
And then you go down, you got your boarding button.
Button ready.
Your ready button.
Button taxi.
Taxi.
Button takeoff.
Takeoff.
Button climb.
Climb.
Button cruise.
Cruise.
Button
Descent.
Button final.
Final.
Button taxi.
Taxi.
Button unblocks.
Unblocks. I don't know what unblocks means. I think
Andy
it's you're
Heisel.
flying the smaller airplanes.
That is where it's talking about plate 77 and engine number 2.
Heading level 6 KMEM.
And then it shows you your flight from KMEM
2. Heading level 6 KSEA.
to KSEA.
Aircraft. Heading level 6772.
Aircraft shows your aircraft.
Passengers. Heading level 6 207.
Passengers 207.
Heading level 6 staff. Heading level 6 Johnny. Pittsburgh,
Then it's
Kansas,
got
United States.
staff,
4.1
Johnny.
Captain. Button settings. Heading level 6 Christy. Crew. Button settings.
And then it's got Christy as flight attendant.
Separator. Slider 100.
And then you got sliders here.
100%.
That's your volume for the voices.
Microsoft Flight Simulator. Button cancel flight. Clickable cabby flight.
Then you got cancel flights.
Land.
And at the bottom it just says
Clickable cabby flight.
cabby flight. One of the things that I think they should include to fix this sound thing with passengers is a button that says cockpit door, where you could hit it and it will at least simulate that door shutting, at least sound wise, and then cutting off the passengers from talking. I think that would be a really good feature to have in there. That way, if you don't want to hear the passengers, you can just click it, bam, you don't hear them, right? Now, there's other things you could do. I guess you could go in there and just mute cabby, but if you do that, then you're not going to hear your other announcements. So, I think with the way it's laid out, I think it's very accessible. But I think that there needs to be a little bit more just give the option to adjust them sounds a little bit more, because there's no way to turn off just the passenger noise. I think there should be a setting that says, if not putting the door in there like that, put a setting that says after takeoff, stop passenger sounds. And then you could just check that, and then that would solve it. You wouldn't need a door button, nothing like that. You could just have an option just to say, okay, after we take off, you'll no longer hear the passengers. And then the passenger sound would come back as soon as the airplane touches the runway. It would just turn it back on, and then you would hear your passenger sounds. I think that'd be the better way to do it. I'm going to send that suggestion and see if they'll follow it. I think it's a good idea, but we'll see. We'll see.
Cabby flight FDX 7. Ops 32.0. Main column 3 of 7. Sim for the pilots life chapter 2 column 4 of 7. Say intentions AIO 2 column 1 5 of 7. Morning flight plus coffee and discussion 3 stream chat column 3 7 of 7.
Okay.
Cabby flight FDX 7. Ops 32.0. Ops 32.
So that's what it looks like. I just wanted to show it to you guys.
Volume slider from new mix slash O2 check box check.
So we're going to turn off.
Properties for volumes new mix slash O check box check. Properties volumes new mix audio check box check.
Alright, we should be back to normal. You shouldn't hear the screen reader no more. Guys, let me know if you do.
This is Jeff 384 Lima holding at 5,000 feet.
But let me know you can still hear the SIM and all that, right?
Division Jet 384 Juliet Lima, Kansas City Center. Roger. Willard altimeter.
Should, anyways.
Brandon Armstrong. No, we don't. No, we don't. LOL.
Springfield approach on 124.9 or 5.
Brandon Armstrong. We can hear everything else. It's back to normal.
Alright, good deal. So there you go. There is other stuff that Cabby has, but I can't show it to you guys because them settings disappear once you start it and it starts the actual boarding and all that. It gets rid of them other links. They're basically laid out like links, really, is what they kind of look like.
1470 request descent via the Holmes 1, arrival ILS 1 right.
Delta 1470, descend via Moms 3 into Kansas City.
Alright. Okay, let's see what Be My Eyes says about looking out this window. Stupid thing, come on.
Brandon Armstrong. I've got a good ghost story for a Halloween stream if you want to do one.
Yeah, I'm sure we can do a Halloween stream at some point.
Cirrus 1629er Hotel Roger, descend and maintain 3000.
Springfield approach. Request direct to Rita to down in the hold to 3000.
Cirrus 1629er Hotel cleared, direct Rita, descend in the hold to 3000.
Brandon Armstrong. On Halloween night we can do that if you wanty.
Oh, that's cool, guys. You can actually see writing on the engine. Looking out the window, there's some writing. And it's actually got the warning, hot air exhaust. That's pretty cool. Give me an idea what the scenery is out that window. Airplane and engine wings seen from a passenger window. The airplane is flying high above a patchwork of fields and farmland, with a few scattered clouds below. The sky is clear and blue, fading to a lighter hue, H-U-E, near the horizon. And it said the turbine of the engine is clearly visible, and some small faint text can be seen on the engine's exterior surface. Thank you, Be My Eyes. Now, I'm curious to see something. Let's see what it says about a front view. Let's see what it says. Cockpit view of an aircraft showing an expansive sky with light clouds beneath and a patchwork landscape far below the horizon. It says the horizon is visible and most of the airplane's controls are not in the frame except for part of the overhead panel with a few switches labeled, and it says on the outside it's clear and calm, suggesting the aircraft is flying at cruising altitude. No error messages or alerts visible. Now I was talking about how Be My Eyes can read them panels. So if I was to switch to a different view, let's say
SkyWest 5731, Kansas City Center, roger.
Hold on. I gotta see if that switched to view real quick. Okay, check this out. It says cockpit control panel in flight, featuring several illuminated displays and switches. The sky outside is clear, with clouds below, suggesting that the aircraft is cruising at a high altitude. The MCP mode control panel displays an altitude setting of 40,000 feet, set to 200 degrees, and there are various autopilot functions engaged, indicated by green lights. And it says navigation and controls are visible, along with engine and system displays showing the aircraft status and flight data. The configuration and style suggests this is from a Boeing aircraft, likely a 777. So there you go. It gave
FedEx 710 Heavy, contact Kansas City Center on 127.725.
now that said it was showing 200 degrees. When I checked the heading, it says our heading is 298. Did it change? Let's see. And now, while it's looking at that panel, though, you can ask it questions. Like, I'll show you something real quick.
Kansas City Center, FedEx 710 Heavy, good afternoon, maintaining flight level 400.
FedEx 710 Heavy, Kansas City Center, good afternoon.
Yeah, now it's showing the heading at 272, so that's what it was. The heading had just changed. So if I asked it, what can you see with the map display?
Can you show me for IFR?
3984 cleared to Wichita. Direct CASO, then as filed. Squawk 1275 and ident.
1275.
3984 radar contact, altimeter 3000. Climb and maintain flight level 230. Turn left heading 235 vectors to CASO.
UPS 914, flight level 340.
UPS 914.
Alright, check this out, guys.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to copy that, and then I'm going to show this to you. Hold on.
TBM 0 Whiskey Bravo, contact Wichita approach on 125.5.
There, so Be My Eyes can give you a little bit of data about the map, as you just seen that I put in the chat. KXA5C, is that even... But yeah, so pretty cool stuff. Let's go back to the regular view here. There's your view, my love. So Be My Eyes can definitely be helpful. You can definitely use it to get some basic information, I guess. And you can even ask it about details as long as you're looking at the correct panel. Like I remember before I had a warning, I couldn't figure it out, and I went and switched my display panel, and then went and had Be My Eyes read it to me, and it actually told me what the warnings was. Brandon, I think you was on when I did that a while back. It's been a couple months since I did it, but you can definitely use Be My Eyes to get information, no doubt about it. Ain't no doubt about it, son. Ain't no doubt about it at all. Hey, babe. My love. My baby love.
Kansas Center, good day on Wolf Flight 3908 west, 4,000 feet. Kansas Center, good day on Wolf Flight 3908 forward at 4,000 feet. Course 5 following.
Okay, I love you.
3984 flight following already established.
Alright, Tasha.
3984.
Alright, let's take a look here. Alright. Baby, 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 baby.
Kansas City Center, Frontier Flight 1401 with you, flight level 360.
Frontier Flight 1401, Kansas City Center, good afternoon.
Alright.
Andy Heisel. I have not done comparison between different AI formats, but I plan on doing this when there's rain in my area LOL, which may be next year.
Delta 709, contact Kansas City Center on 120.725.
Contact Kansas City Center on 120.725, Delta 709.
KC Center, Legion 163, flight level 320. Legion 163, Kansas City Center, roger. King Air 22, Mike, contact Kansas City Center on 121.825.
121.825, King Air 6622 Mike.
Andy Heisel. If I hear that passengers say quality award again, Marshal Buckwild will deplane the passenger mid-flight.
Maintain current altitude.
Well, you go ahead and do that, Buck, because when you deboard the plane at 40,000 feet,
LOL.
the only place you're going is straight to hell.
Brandon Armstrong. Send him to the cargo bay. Christy Holstein. He will be right back, y'all. He's grabbing a drink.
Kansas City Center, citation Whiskey Tango Foxtrot, requesting flight level 390. Climb and maintain 390, Whiskey Tango Foxtrot.
Citation Whiskey Tango Foxtrot, climb and maintain flight level 450.
Climb and maintain 450, Whiskey Tango Foxtrot.
Andy Heisel. Just seen there is a recall on corn dogs. This is what my dad told me, so now he's calling them wood dogs because they found wood in the corn dogs, so get your wood dogs, lol.
What the hell?
Brandon Armstrong. He's telling us he likes wood in his corn dogs, lol.
710 Heavy, contact Kansas City Center on 124.4.
Contacting Kansas City Center on 124.4. FedEx 710 Heavy.
Andy Heisel. No, they found wood in the corn dogs, so now my dad is calling them wood dogs, lol.
Kansas City Center, FedEx 710 Heavy, good afternoon, maintaining flight level 400.
FedEx 710 Heavy, Kansas City Center, good afternoon.
Kansas City Center, American 2450 with you, flight level 310.
American 2450, Kansas City Center, good afternoon.
Kansas City Center, good evening. United 1592, now flight level 370.
United 1592, Kansas City Center, roger. United 592, contact Kansas City Center on 118.8.
Over to Kansas City Center on 118.8, United 592.
Kansas City Center, November 25 Bravo. Cancel flight following.
25 Bravo, roger. Radar services terminated. Squawk VFR, frequency change approved. Vision Jet November 867, Papa Charlie, Kansas City Center. Contact Denver Center on 132.7.
Order 132.7 for 7 Papa Charlie, good day. KC Center, citation 567 Juliet Whiskey, request IFR to Four Corners Asphalt. FedEx 710 Heavy, Kansas City Center. Contact Denver Center on 132.7.
Contacting Denver Center on 132.7. FedEx 710 Heavy. Kansas City Center, FedEx 710 Heavy, good afternoon, maintaining flight level 400.
FedEx 710 Heavy, Denver Center, good afternoon.
Baron 901, Lima, contact Minneapolis Center on 119.4.
Over to 194, 911. Denver Center, Delta 1467 with you, flight level 360.
Delta 467, Denver Center, roger.
Good afternoon, Denver Center.
Alright guys, we got 2 hours left on this flight. Now I'm watching a video here on the side. I watch this guy that covers different kind of plane crashes and stuff like that. And y'all know me, I like challenges. I like things that in most cases is like, no, you can't do that. I want to try to land at Aspen. And the reason I'm going to do it because I'm going to put say intentions to a big test. They're going to have to direct me all the way in because there's mountains all the way around Aspen. And there are altitude restrictions until you get landed. There's, 1 minute you might have a 4,000 altitude restriction. Next minute it might be 6,500 altitude restriction. Well, normally just go down. They'll keep you up and then bring you down a little bit more and then down a little bit more. But, yeah. But I'm checking out a video before I share. Make sure there ain't nothing on there like this copyright or anything where I, go against our channel. So I'll let you guys see it soon. It's almost done. I'm just going through it real quick. And then I'm going to share it with you guys. But we got 2 hours till descent. So and then we're going to do later, I'm going to try to do a RNAV in the Aspen. I can't do a visual at all, so I don't know. I need to check and see if they have any type of automated to where it's not just visuals. If it's just visuals into Aspen, I can still put say intentions to a test and see if I can get them to line to bring me all the way in. For the most part, once they get me lined up at the runway, as long as I get down to the right altitude, I can land it. So we'll see.
Good afternoon.
1319's at 349 for 370.
Something just came up and I'm curious to know. And let me see. Now, don't look this up, Brandon. I want you to tell me from your own knowledge. Why is it that once you get to 10,000 feet, from that point until landing, you are in a sterile cockpit control? What does it mean? What does it mean to have a sterile cockpit? Does anybody know? Without looking it up.
Cessna 06 Juliet, descend and maintain 10,000 altimeter 29901.
Copy that. 06 Juliet.
Twin Cessna 06 Juliet, contact Denver Center on 127.905.
Just curious if anybody knows what that's for.
Denver Center on 127.95. 06 Juliet. Have a good night.
And I'll give you a hint. When you're doing a landing and you get to 10,000, cockpit goes sterile. If not, you're risking your life and your passenger's life. What is it? Do 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 do.
Denver Center, roger. United 225 Denver Center, climb and maintain flight level 380.
I'm waiting to see if anybody's going to answer, or do you guys just not know? It don't matter if you don't know. It's okay. It ain't like I didn't know every little answer for it. So if you don't know, it's easy enough to say, I don't know. What is it? I think there's too much time in between this question.
Brandon Armstrong. It's basically where flight crew can't have distractions.
Brandon, did you look that up? What do you think, Andy? Did Brandon look that up? No, it is. It's got to do with basically from 10,000 to landing, there should be no alternate conversations.
Brandon Armstrong.
None of that stuff.
Things like non-essential conversations.
Yeah, non-essential conversations. Now, you're right, Brandon. That's exactly what it is. Now, I knew that. I knew what it was for the most part, but I didn't know some of the finer details with it.
No.
But, yeah, so, alright, hold on.
Maintain flight level 410. Fly heading 106 vectors to D peak. Keep it under 225 knots until reaching flight level 410.
Clear to descend via the Johns 4 arrival, United CDG. Minneapolis.
Brandon Armstrong. Also, you can't do things like falling asleep.
On 119.4.
119.4, United CDG.
Air Force One, we're ready to descend whenever you are.
Air Force One, descend and maintain 8,000. Envoy 3937, contact Denver Center on 126.325.
Denver Center on 126.
Alright, I'm going to share a video with you. It's got to do with that Aspen Airport. It's probably one of the most complicated airports to land at, and is also right on that same list of one of the most dangerous airports. So let's have a listen.
18 people died when the aircraft they were flying in crashed off the end of the runway in what would be the deadliest plane crash in the history of Aspen, Colorado. And the investigation that followed revealed shocking details about the mistakes the pilot made and also what one of the passengers did that led to this terrible disaster. That's why I'm going to explain what happened on this deadly flight. I'm Hoover and welcome to your Pilot Debrief. Our story begins on March 29, 2001 in the town of Los Angeles, California, when two pilots, a flight attendant, and 15 passengers boarded an aircraft to begin a private charter flight to Aspen, Colorado. The passenger that paid for the charter flight was Mr. New, and he was taking 14 of his friends with him to a dinner party in Aspen, and then they were going to enjoy a weekend of skiing at the town's famous resorts. The aircraft they were flying in was a 1980 Gulfstream III, also known as a G3.
Gulfstream, those are really cool airplanes. Too bad we can't fly them. But them were some really interesting. They can fly. If it's the airplane I'm thinking, them can go a pretty good distance too.
A twin-engine business jet that requires two pilots and can typically carry up to 19 passengers. And at the time, it was a popular choice for VIP travel. Now, before we go any further, I just want to remind everyone that these are the names of the victims in this tragedy. They were lifelong friends and family members, and together they represented a mix of Hollywood, finance, and media professionals. I also want to point out that Kathy was the flight attendant on board the plane, and she had been working for the charter company for 12 years. And my heart goes out to the family, friends, and the loved ones they all left behind. According to the investigation, the aircraft was within the weight and balance limits for the flight, and there was nothing mechanically wrong with the aircraft that would have contributed to the crash. However, the NTSB was able to use the cockpit voice recorder that was recovered from the wreckage, as well as radar data to determine exactly what happened during the final moments of the flight. But before we take a look at that, it's important to know a little bit more about the pilots that were flying the plane. The pilot flying the aircraft in the left seat was Bob, and he was the captain, and he was 44 years old. According to the investigation, he had an airline transport pilot certificate and had acquired almost 10,000 hours of total flight time, including almost 8,000 hours as the pilot in command. Now, we don't know much about his history other than the fact that in January of 1990, he got his initial type rating on the Gulfstream III, and eventually he was hired by a company called Avjet in October of 2000 to serve as a captain on the G3, and he had almost 1,500 hours of experience flying the G3 at the time of the crash. The FAA initially said there were no records of him being involved in previous accidents. However, upon further review, they discovered that in January of 1999, he was landing a G2 at an airport in Chino, California, and he went off the end of the runway, but no action was taken against him at that time, and I couldn't find any record of that mishap in the NTSB database. Either way, Bob went through recurrent ground training in November of 2000, and then he had a proficiency check ride in the G3 in December, about 3 months before the accident. And according to those that knew him, he was a good pilot. The first officer sitting next to Bob in the right seat was Peter, and he was 38 years old. Peter was hired by Avjet in November of 2000, 1 month after Bob, and according to the NTSB, Peter had about 5,500 hours of total flight time, including over 4,600 hours as the pilot in command, and over 900 hours experience on the G2 and the G3. In fact, Peter had finished his check ride on the G3 with the company in February of 2001, just 1 month before the crash. According to the company director of training, Peter was sharp, knowledgeable, motivated, and handled the aircraft well. He also added that he was a great first officer. So basically, we're talking about two pilots that had a lot of experience between them, and they were both relatively new to the company, but they had been paired together for pretty much the entire 4 to 5 months since they were hired, and they had even flown to Aspen together at least 2 times prior to the accident flight. However, despite their past experience, they showed up at the airport not realizing how difficult this flight was going to be. On the morning of the flight, Bob and Peter arrived in Burbank, California to pick up the aircraft and reposition it to the Los Angeles International Airport to pick up the passengers later that afternoon. According to eyewitnesses, Bob was seen checking the Aspen weather on a computer, and he also discussed the weather with one of the company's schedulers prior to departing Burbank. Additionally, Peter also called flight service to get a weather briefing, and he was told about 3 weather advisories that were relevant to the flight, and he was also given the forecast for Aspen Aspen that was predicting 6 miles visibility with scattered clouds at 3,000 feet and broken clouds at 5,000 feet. But there was also a chance for light snow showers with reduced visibility. Now, if you've never been to Aspen, it's worth pointing out that some pilots consider this to be one of the most challenging airports in the country, because even though it's fairly manageable during the day with clear skies, it can be incredibly difficult in bad weather conditions, especially at night. The airport itself sits at the end of a valley surrounded by mountains, so it's basically one way in and one way out. And that means you've got to be prepared when you go in there. That's why Bob and Peter's company considered Aspen a special airport, and the charter manager would review the crew qualifications with upper management, and they might not assign a pilot to fly there if they weren't familiar with it. But remember, Bob and Peter had flown there at least twice before as a crew, so there weren't any concerns about them operating this trip, and according to the investigation, they departed Burbank around 2:40 p.m. local time, and they landed at LAX about 10 minutes later. But that's when things started to unravel. That's because their next flight to Aspen was scheduled to depart LA at 3:30 local time, and none of the passengers were at the airport yet. Now,
I want to make a point too real quick, and this ain't taking credit from any pilot whatsoever, because obviously the experience, that does make a big difference. But at the same time, this just goes to show that you can be one of the best pilots on the grid and still make the most ridiculous mistakes. You'll see what I mean. Just listen.
I used to fly for a private charter company for a few months, and I'll just say that this is pretty typical. In fact, a lot of times the passengers show up at the very last minute, and it's not a big deal. Either way, Bob called the company to find out what was going on, and also to discuss the weather in Aspen
Christy,
again.
I just need
the
you
real
to know
problem was that
something.
they were running out of time.
I love
Your house is wasting electricity right now, and here's the proof.
My electricity bill dropped from $150 to $52 doing this one thing.
FedEx 710 Heavy, Denver Center, good afternoon.
The flight from LA to Aspen was scheduled to take about an hour and 35 minutes, but you also lose an hour because of the time zone change going east. That meant if Bob and Peter took off at...
Title of this video is Pilot versus Passenger. I think I would have named this video something a little different than versus passenger, because, well, maybe not. Wait till you hear what happens.
3:30 local time, it would be about 6 p.m. when...
By the way, that noise you're hearing, that's new technology in the cockpit. It's AI noise. All right, let's continue.
They landed in Aspen. The reason this is important is because the aircraft they were flying is considered a Stage 2 aircraft when it comes to noise, with Stage 1 being the loudest and Stage 4 being the quietest. And the problem was Aspen had a restriction in place that prevented Stage 2 aircraft from landing at night in order to help limit the noise disturbance to the town. This is where you also need to understand that according to regulations, nighttime begins at the end of evening civil twilight, which technically is when the center of the sun is 6 degrees.
Did he say swivel? He had a misspeak. He said swivel.
Below the horizon.
Swivel.
But to keep things simple for pilots, that's 30 minutes after sunset.
No, I like this
and
guy.
because
He's
sunset was going to be at 6:28 p.m., that meant the curfew at Aspen began at 6:58 p.m. Remember, they're supposed to land at 6 p.m., and I realize that might seem like a lot of time, but here's what the NTSB final report didn't tell you. The original plan was for Bob and Peter to land in Aspen and drop off the passengers, and then they were going to fly back to Burbank, and that meant they had to be airborne out of Aspen before 6:58 p.m. So there really wasn't much room to delay the flight, and that's why Bob was starting to get concerned when he didn't see the passengers at the airport. So Bob called the company again to get some guidance, and he even talked to another pilot who confirmed with him that the curfew was 30 minutes after sunset, but they didn't discuss in detail what Bob was going to do. When it comes to the passengers, Avjet claimed they had written confirmation from the charter customer that the flight was supposed to leave at 3:30, and if they weren't airborne by 3:45, then they couldn't go to Aspen, and the only other option would be to land at the airport in Rifle, Colorado, and the passengers would have to make the 90-minute drive from there to get to Aspen. So basically, there ends up being this back and forth between Bob, the company, and a guy named David, who was the personal assistant for Mr. New, the charter customer. And what happened next is that 3:30 rolled around and the passengers still hadn't showed up. That's when Avjet called David to find out what was going on, and they discovered that all of the passengers, except for Mr. New, were just hanging out in the airport parking lot, so they told them to go ahead and get on the plane. Meanwhile, David got a hold of Mr. New, his boss, and he told him the news that the plane might have to divert if they take off late, which made Mr. New irate, and he told David to call Avjet back and tell them that the airplane wasn't going to be redirected, that he had flown into Aspen at night and he was going to do it again. Eventually, around 4 p.m., Mr. New finally showed up at the aircraft, and when he found out that one of the pilots had already told the passengers that they might not be able to land in Aspen, Mr. New told David to call Avjet and relay a message that the pilot should keep his comments to himself. Hopefully you're starting to get a sense of the pressure that Bob and Peter were about to face to make this flight happen. They had only been working for Avjet for a few months, and now they had to deal with a situation like this. Either way, the company worked it out so that Mr. New would pay for the plane to stay overnight in Aspen, and that way they had a little bit more time, but they still had to land before nighttime at 6:58 p.m. According to the NTSB, they took off from LA at 4:11 p.m. local time, 41 minutes later than planned, and they weren't expected to land in Aspen until 6:46 p.m., which was after sunset, but that was still 12 minutes before the curfew started. Unfortunately, the curfew would turn out to be the least of their worries. The first hour and 20 minutes of the flight out of LA was relatively uneventful, and around 6:30 p.m. local time in Aspen, Bob got a hold of the scheduler, Avjet, to let her know that they'd be landing in about 20 to 25 minutes. The scheduler asked if the passengers were upset, and Bob said no, but it was important to land in Aspen because Mr. New had spent a lot of money on dinner. This is a copy of the cockpit voice recorder, and the timestamps are based on the local time in Aspen, and right from the beginning we can see Bob and Peter talking about sunset and confirming with each other that they knew they had until 6:58 p.m. to make it to Aspen. About 6 minutes later, Peter was finishing up his descent checklist, and he called for the crew briefing, but all Bob said was, "We're probably going to make it a visual, and if we don't get the airport in sight, we'll go ahead and shoot that approach." And then he said, "We're not going to have a bunch of extra gas, so only get to shoot it once, and then we're going to rifle." Okay, just to be clear, I don't care how many times you've flown into an airport before, that's not how you brief an approach, especially one as complicated as the one going into Aspen. And also especially when you know that you've only got one shot to make it happen. Just so you can see what I'm talking about, this is a copy of the VOR DME Charlie approach that Bob and Peter were going to fly into Aspen. You start at the red table VOR, and there are multiple altitude restrictions you have to comply with as you get closer to the airport. That's because you're flying over all these mountains, and when you cross over the ridgeline near Alex, which is the final approach fix, you've still got to lose about 4,500 feet of altitude and 6.4 miles. That's about 700 feet per nautical mile, which is more than twice the standard gradient of 300 feet per mile. And the reason I'm bringing this up is because even though this approach is within 16 degrees of the runway center line, it's considered a circling approach because of how steep it is. And the reason this is important is because 2 days before this tragedy, the FAA published a notice to airmen that said circling minimums were no longer authorized at night when flying into Aspen. But the thing is, Peter was provided this information when he got his weather briefing earlier in the day. However, it's not clear if he mentioned it to Bob, and he didn't ask for the briefer to clarify. And unfortunately, the truth is that what the FAA meant to say was that because this is a circling approach, the entire procedure isn't authorized at night. Regardless, if everything went according to plan, this wasn't going to be a factor. There's still a lot more to the story, and that brings us to the approach. Before we talk about what happened next, I want you to imagine this. You go online and you find a website that already knows your phone number, your home address, even the names of your family members. As shocking as that might sound, that's exactly what data brokers are doing right now. They legally collect this kind of personally identifiable information, and then they sell it to anyone willing to pay for it. That's a huge problem, and it opens the door to scams, harassment, and even the risk of identity theft. That's why I use Delete Me and why I recommend them to anyone who cares about keeping their personal... Bob the Windsworth.
Si vives con VIH, da el paso de mirar más allá de hoy. Da el paso
6:40 p.m., Peter got the latest weather update at Aspen, and he told Bob the winds were 320 at 4 knots with 10 miles visibility, scattered clouds at 2,000, and a broken layer at 5,500 and also at 9,000. A few minutes later, they heard another aircraft on the radio performing the missed approach procedure and requesting to do one more approach into Aspen. Peter said, "I hope he's doing practice approaches," but the controller verified the aircraft actually went missed approach and also said there were 2 other aircraft in front of them inbound for Aspen. Okay, first of all, this should have been a huge wake-up call for Bob and Peter, and they should have taken at least a few minutes to review the approach as well as the missed approach procedure. Instead, all Peter said is, "That's no good." And Bob asked, "Where's the highway? Can we get down in there? Can you see?" Probably hoping that they can just look outside and find the field and fly the approach visually. But the problem is there's too many clouds. And for the next 30 seconds, there's a little bit more discussion between them as they were trying to find the airport, but they weren't really having much luck. Keep in mind that this is probably one of the most critical segments of the flight because you're trying to get everything situated for the approach, you're assessing the weather, you're talking to the controller, and you're verifying that the aircraft is doing what you want it to do. That's why there are sterile cockpit rules that prohibit non-essential conversations or activities when you're below 10,000 feet unless you're in cruise flight. You just don't need any distractions during that time. Unfortunately, right now, Kathy is heard in the cockpit asking the pilots if they're scared. And Bob said, "I'm hoping we make it. Somebody just went missed." Kathy responded, "I don't want to hear that. Why didn't you just say no, I'm not scared?" And Bob replied, "Well, I'm not scared." Now let me just say that scared probably isn't the right word for it. And I still remember the first time that I flew into Aspen, and I was a little bit nervous because I knew we were going to have to deal with some bad weather. But that was a good thing. And that's why I spent a lot of time during the cruise portion of the flight reviewing the approach. Now, in full transparency, Bob and Peter are still above 10,000 feet right now. However, they're getting set up for the approach, so they should have just asked Kathy to leave the cockpit so they could focus on flying the aircraft. Instead, they kind of brushed aside the concern, repeating that they aren't scared, while Bob tried to explain how they don't have enough gas to hang around and they might have to go to rifle. Right around the same time, the approach controller got on the radio and told everyone that the last aircraft inbound to Aspen was able to pick up the field visually at 1,400 feet and landed. So I think that gave Bob a little bit of confidence about the weather conditions. Now this image shows you the radar data of the flight as they approach from the southwest, and around 6:47 p.m., after the controller had said that, Bob replied saying, "I can almost see up the canyon from here, but I don't know the terrain well enough or I'd take the visual." Basically, Bob was saying, look, even with all these clouds, if I knew the terrain a little bit better, I'd find a way to make the visual approach happen. And now you're starting to get a sense of how committed he was to flying a visual approach instead of taking the time to brief and fly the instrument approach procedure. And what's ironic to me is that right after Bob said that, Peter said to him, "Remember that crazy guy in this Learjet when we were on the ground in Aspen last time and he was like, 'I see the airport,' but he couldn't see it?" Now, based on that last statement, I think it's possible that Peter might not have been comfortable with the situation, but he just wasn't willing to say anything about it. Instead, a few seconds later, Bob said that he could see the highway, and Peter asked him if he wanted to get set up on the approach. A few minutes later, there was more discussion between Bob, Kathy, and Peter, once again talking about the situation and how they've only got enough fuel to try the approach one time and then they're going to rifle.
Guys, my audio too loud, or is that just right?
About how she didn't bring her pajamas, but at least she has her makeup and she's going to have to go buy liquor because the passengers drank everything. Now, don't take that the wrong way. I'm not blaming Kathy for anything that happened. It's the captain's job to set the tone and tell her that if she's going to ride in the jump seat, then she needs to be quiet. Or perhaps don't even let her sit in the jump seat when you're getting vectored to fly a challenging approach in the weather. Regardless, about 30 seconds later, the controller gave them a heading to fly, and they turned to the northeast to begin the approach, and Kathy left the cockpit to make sure the passengers were buckled in. In the meantime, Bob and Peter started configuring the air.
Okay, can you guys
do Armstrong.
Okay.
You're fine.
All right, good deal. So let's continue here.
Craft, and Peter also started reading off some items on the checklist, but then there was some confusion, and every minute that passed by, you can feel them falling further behind the aircraft. That's when the controller said, "Attention all aircraft. Last aircraft went missed approach." Peter's response, "That's not good."
do not pay your next car insurance bill. Repeat, do not pay your next bill yet. So I found this website and look at the difference you got.
Just think about this for a second. You're about to fly an approach at night, in the weather, surrounded by the mountains, and you hear the aircraft out in front of you going missed approach, but you haven't briefed the approach or the missed approach procedure.
Okay, first of all, even in the flight simulator, not even in real life, in the flight sim, if I see that, like what you guys have seen me do it. If I'm coming in to land and I think that we're not going to make it because we're still too high up, I'll go ahead and do a missed approach and do a go around. Like, I don't know.
And if that wasn't enough, the flight attendant shows up in the cockpit again. This time she brought one of the passengers with her and helped him buckle in, and then she said, "Oh shoot, can he sit here?" Almost like she didn't want to ask the pilot's permission, and instead she was going to let Bob and Peter be the ones to say no. However, Bob and Peter were so busy trying to configure the aircraft and talk to the controller that they just kind of ignored her. And I mean, that has to be the worst possible time to bring a passenger up to the cockpit. And although there wasn't any way to prove it, multiple sources suggest that it was most likely Mr. New, the charter customer, that was now sitting in the jump seat. At this point, they were 5 miles from Red Table and told to cross Red Table at or above 14,000, and they were cleared for the approach. And this image shows you their flight path in blue with all the altitudes
Brandon
they needed
Armstrong.
to comply with on the approach.
Why were they letting
As
her
they
come in
continued
and
their
out like
descent,
that?
they checked in with the tower and were asked if they had the airport in sight, but they still couldn't see it.
Okay, well, number one, the first thing is private flights are much different than commercial flights. They're different. A private flight like this, now that doesn't mean she should have brought that passenger to the cockpit, but I'm sure that she's always went up to the cockpit talking to him. But I think today, on that day, she made a mistake. Number one, the passenger should have never been taken to the cockpit without the pilots able to verify that it was okay. They were too busy doing, their descent check, their approach, all that stuff. They didn't have time to talk to her about what she's doing or shouldn't be doing. Right now, they're in a sterile condition, or should have been.
The tower controller told them they were following a Challenger aircraft and they were cleared to land on runway 15. But then a few seconds later, the Challenger aircraft said they didn't have the runway in sight, so they were going around. And if you're keeping track, that's 3 airplanes now that have gone missed approach because of the weather. And Bob and Peter still haven't even mentioned to each other the possibility that they might have to fly the missed approach. As the situation grew more intense, the man sitting in the jump seat asked Bob, "Are we clear?" And Bob said, "Not yet, he just missed. The guy in front of us didn't make it either." And right after that, he asked Peter what the next altitude restriction was.
That alone, this new guy should not have been in there making even more stress, asking questions. Go back to your seat, stay in your seat, and let these people do their job. Distraction. My opinion, you guys listen yourself, but my opinion, distraction's what killed everybody.
Once again, this was a huge distraction, and no one should be sitting up front trying to talk to the pilots right now. As I mentioned earlier, this is a very challenging approach when you're flying it in the weather, and it takes a lot of concentration, but also really good crew coordination. In fact, according to the company operations manual, Peter was responsible for making several callouts during the approach to include when they got to their minimums, as well as calling for the missed approach if the runway wasn't in sight, but as you're about to see, none of that happened. Now, I'll admit that things seemed to be on track initially, and they were meeting the
Brandon
altitude
Armstrong.
requirements on the approach,
That new
but as
guy
soon
should
as they
have
got
been
to
removed in
Alex,
Burbank for
everything
being
started
irate
to
in the
unravel.
first place.
That's because they weren't supposed to go lower than 10,400 feet. And
that new guy was the boss. He was the one paying everything. So these guys were doing what they were told to do. The new guy overlooked this whole operation. So
until they were 9.5 miles from Red Table, but instead Bob dove down to 10,100 feet and then he leveled off for about 10 seconds. Alright, first of all, he's already below the minimum descent altitude, and Peter's job as the pilot monitoring was to call that out, because you're not supposed to go lower than the MDA unless you have the runway environment in sight. And I think this just goes to show you how unprepared they were for this approach. As Bob started to level off, he said, "Okay, I'm breaking out." And then he asked the tower if the lights were turned all the way up. Now I would interpret breaking out to mean he can see the airfield and he's going to fly visually the rest of the way. But I think he just had visual contact with the ground below, but he didn't clarify his words or tell Peter or the tower that he had the runway in sight. And what you don't see in this image is that at this point, Bob began a 15-degree turn to the right, and he asked Peter if he could see the runway or the highway. Just for comparison, I'm going to let this play while I explain what's going on here, because this was taken during a daytime flight in the weather and going into Aspen. And I want you to let me know when you see the runway. The highway that they're...
No, but what I'm saying is everybody was listening to him because he had the money. He had the money, and unfortunately, today you got money, people do what you want. And he got to do what he wanted because he had money, which is ridiculous.
What we're talking about is the one that you can see angling in from the left from the bottom of the screen, and then it starts to lead towards the runway. And as they're flying this approach, Peter said he could see the highway, and 2 seconds later, the tower asked if they had the runway in sight, and both pilots said yes, they had the runway in sight. Now imagine this was all pitch black, because now it's nighttime, and I hope you're getting a sense for how difficult this approach can be. And if you haven't found it yet, here's the runway, but chances are Bob and Peter never saw it. And just to be clear, having the highway in sight doesn't mean you have the runway in sight. Now perhaps they thought they saw the runway, but I'd argue that they saw the highway, and Bob was just hoping to follow that visually. Bob continued the descent, and they were about 900 feet below the altitude that they should have been at when they were at 9.5 DME, which is about 3 miles from the runway. And once again, there's no discussion in the cockpit about the fact that they're below the MDA right now, and they still don't have the runway in sight. Oh, and by the way, the local time is now 7:01 p.m., which was 3 minutes after the nighttime restriction began. But the thing you need to realize about the curfew is that when you're flying into Aspen, even though the sunset was at 6:28 p.m., because of the mountains, the actual sunset time was 25 minutes earlier, and nighttime began around 6:30 p.m., which was 30 minutes prior to the crash. Also, remember how the NOTAM said that circling minimums weren't authorized at night? Well, the Aspen controller never got a copy of that NOTAM. And it's just tragic, because if they did, then perhaps the controller never would have cleared them for the approach. Regardless, they continued the approach, and Peter said, "To the right is good," presumably letting Bob know they weren't going to hit the mountains to the right of them. And according to a weather observation, they had been in and out of the clouds for most of the approach, and the visibility was down to about 2 miles due to the light snow showers. A few seconds later, Peter called out 1,000 to go, and as they continued descending, Bob said, "Where's it at?" While at the same time, the aircraft continued turning to the right to a heading of about 200 degrees when they were only 600 feet off the ground. Bob deployed the spoilers and reduced the engine power to 55%, probably in an effort to get down as quickly as possible below the weather so he could see the runway. However, the aircraft manual prohibits spoiler use when you have the landing gear extended or the flaps in the landing configuration. And also the power setting on final wasn't supposed to be less than 64% in order to meet go-around standards. This was just one more reason for Peter to call for the go-around, or for Bob to realize, as the captain of the flight, that what they were doing was unsafe, and he should have just started the go-around himself. Instead, for some reason, Peter called out to the right, and Bob replied to the right. It's not clear if Peter meant for Bob to turn right, or if he was just saying terrain was to the right. Either way, they were now at least 50 degrees off runway heading and passing through 500 feet when they got the first sink rate warning. My guess is that both pilots at this point were focused on looking outside trying to find the runway, and neither of them were monitoring their altitude, airspeed, or how far they've deviated to the right of course. As they passed through 400 feet, the aircraft banked 10 degrees left wing down, and then 10 seconds later they got a bank angle alert as the bank angle exceeded 40 degrees left wing down. possibly because Bob saw the runway at the last minute and was making a desperate attempt to correct course, but unfortunately they were too low and too slow, and the left wing clipped a tree and they slammed into the ground, resulting in the aircraft breaking apart and killing everyone on board. This was...
You know, it's unfortunate
FedEx 710 Heavy, Denver Center. Report at 5
when stuff like that happens.
flight level 380.
Stuff like that happens. It's just ridiculous that, you know, pilots should never go with gut instinct over safety. As in, oh, my guts tell me that we're good. We're good. You don't know, then you don't go. Simple as that.
Brandon Armstrong. Part of that is that new guy's fault.
I don't think I don't think that guy had that. No, I don't think so. I don't think it was his fault because of the crash. I think that he shouldn't have been in the seat, but I don't think it was his fault for the approach. They decided to take the approach when they shouldn't have. So no, I wouldn't say that blame that new guy for the complete accident. Absolutely not.
Denver Center, Skywest 5128, flight level 330.
Skywest 5128, radar contact.
Brandon Armstrong. They should have diverted to the other airport in the first place if there was bad weather.
Yeah, well, like I said, I don't think that one, I don't think that the new guy had anything to do with it. He shouldn't have been there to ask any questions, but they didn't know what was ahead. They didn't have no visuals of the runway. Bob kept asking the co-pilot, do you see it? Do you see it? And they didn't see it. They didn't see it. They didn't see it at all. If they would have, number one, they should have never been below the minimum altitude. We know that as a flight simmer, let alone, my gosh, being in Aspen and playing like that, playing around with everybody's life in danger. The biggest mistake from one of the best pilots, because he was a really good pilot. But not that day. He wasn't. That day he made bad choices. They were worried about making somebody happy, getting them there on time. Just crazy. Absolutely crazy. Man, can't even imagine. That just, my gosh. Alright, so we are an hour and 21 minutes out. I'm going to do a little bit of recon myself here, and I'm going to check and see. Alright, so we're looking at 16 right or 34 left for ILS approach. So 16 right would be 160 degrees. I would like to see okay, it's got us on 16 right. Let's go ahead and take a look.
Delta 2244, flight level 350. Delta 2244,
So
radar
16 right is available today. That's the one thing I do like about say intentions is if the runway was to shut down, say intentions would also shut it down. But we're looking at 16 right. And what I would like to do while we got time and then we got all right 16 right, so we want to do
Delta Center 128.325, United 2633.
Chins
Delta
5.
United 2633 through flight level 350,
Okay.
flight level 380.
And then transition Papa Delta Tango. If I execute, I don't think I gotta put the runway again. So let's go see. Alright, so our star starts at 25,800 is where Chins begins. And then 16,000 or above. Everything looks good there.
That's 3 Alpha Bravo, my level 280.
Perfect. There we go.
November 123 Alpha Bravo, Denver Center. Good afternoon. Delta 855, Denver Center. Contact Salt Lake Center on 133.25.
Salt Lake Center 133.25.
We've got a lot of fuel, which I need to work on getting better fuel numbers in SimBrief, and I'm not sure what's causing me to get so much extra, but I mean, we still got we still got an hour and 18 minutes, but our fuel is at 37,000 right now, so we're burning 11,000 pounds on the hour. So if we still got an hour, we're going to burn at least 11,000 more pounds of fuel. So 36 to 26 to 25. So we're going to have, 24,000-ish in about an hour. Or if the calculation is correct. And then from 24,000, given descent and all that, I mean, we're still going to have over 10,000 pounds, and that's too much. But I'm not going to worry about that because we can land without a problem in the simulator. Now, in the real world, they'd say, hell no. Don't you dare land with that much fuel. You better either, if we had a way to dump fuel, which we don't, unfortunately. I thought there was a hotkey for it. Go to Copilot. MSFS 2020 hotkey for dumping fuel and alright, let's see what it says here.
FedEx 710 Heavy, Denver Center, contact Salt Lake Center on 133.25.
Oh.
Contacting Salt Lake
There's
Center
buttons
on
above,
133.25.
but
FedEx 710 Heavy.
I guess Andy didn't give access to those. Which I think one of the reasons he didn't give us that button was just because the numbers wouldn't be correct on calculation, but it's still been nice to have that and just dump a little at a time, and
flight level 400.
I don't know. But there's no way
FedEx
to
710 Heavy, Salt Lake Center, good afternoon.
get that button.
Salt Lake Center, 27 Romeo Charlie, request cancel flight following.
7 Romeo Charlie, roger. Radar services terminated. Squawk VFR. Frequency change approved.
Roger, frequency change. And
So
Squawk
what you
VFR.
could do,
27 Romeo,
if
Charlie.
you wanted to,
Roger, Squawk VFR. frequency
try
change,
to
27 Romeo Charlie, see ya.
at least simulate that you got rid of the fuel.
Requesting the LDA to runway
Right now we got 36,000 pounds. I could go to
approved. Expect the LDA runway 25 approach.
go to my CDU, do Alt U, do right stop 6,
Delta 526, turn left heading 240.
left stop 1, and do Alt S. We'll put in 25,000. There we go. We'll see how much fuel we have when it comes to landing. I'll keep an eye on that, but I think we got 24,000 should be plenty of fuel to get us landed from where we are. Okay, let's get our forecast uploaded now.
Andy Heisel. Just heard from old man Roger, he is going to dump Phil over Blocker Bill right over your house. John, he's flying a plane today. He said he's gonna give you a jet fuel bath.
He ain't doing nothing. Alright. So we'll do forecast. 70 knots at 16,000 or above.
Actually, may I cancel IFR this time? I've got the airport site.
Andy Heisel. When that really sucked, though, if that happened to somebody that would make a mess.
Yeah, it sure would. Alright, forecast with right soft 5. And then we'll load it. Remember in the video we was watching earlier about landing in the 777? If you do Alt V and you go to the landing page at the bottom, right soft 6, there's the DSN now option, which would be right soft 6.
Turn left heading 025 for TVM 930 Lima Mike.
TBM 0 Lima Mike, turn left heading 025.
So I'll give you the weather now that I ran it. It says transition level. I don't know what TAI stands for. TAI on altitude. FL 180 or transition. So at 35,000, 186 for the heading is at 77 knots. That's wind. And then at 20,000 and heading at 192, it's going to be at 45 knots. And then 27 knots at 10,000. So not bad at all. Back to our leg page. So there, now we loaded the weather on for descent the proper way. Well, right before descent. You know, if Andy was in the co-pilot seat, I'd be very concerned that his hand would be too busy elsewhere instead of being on the yoke or pushing buttons. You know what I'm saying? He'd be too busy fumbling for bottles of liquor and, you know, all that stuff. Old man Rogers got him a mess, you guys. This guy, he went from being in mint condition to being in limp condition. He's in limp mode. Andy, you're in limp mode, bro. Honey, stay away from him. He's in limp mode. Oh, gosh. Guys, Christy ain't saying very much, is she? Get on to her, guys. Tell her. Tell her join the action. Tick-tock, 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 tick-tock. You okay, love? My love? Huh? Oh, I thought you was over there. So, and what we're going to do, guys, is when we get landed, obviously I'll be taking a break and stuff. I gotta make a quick run and take care of something, and then yeah, so, and I don't know 100%. I need to look at what runways are at Aspen. I'm curious to know if they even have, say, Intention should be able to give me an RNAV on it and give me directions that way. I'd be curious to see if we could land there, because you know, especially if we did it with the night conditions. I think that's their thing too. They should have never tried landing at night, knowing it was already going to be, you know, dark when they were landing. They should have went ahead and said, you know what, this isn't going to work. We'll take off in the morning and head to Aspen. But they didn't. They didn't. So it's unfortunate. Really is.
Center, good morning, Beach 6483 Charlie.
We'll go ahead.
5 miles southeast of Dubois. I'm looking to pick up my IFR clearances, please.
Stand by.
Flow completed. Descent checklist. Recall. Checked. Auto brakes. Set. Landing data. 130. Minimums. 200. Checked. Descent checklist completed.
Alright.
Duke 7 Delta Tango, request direct Juliet India, Golf.
Let's set our altitude.
Uniform. Clear direct, Duke V, 7 Delta Tango. Duke 7 Delta Tango, turn left heading 265. Negative 265 will take us away from the airport.
Andy Heisel. No, I would be yanking on my yoke LOL.
Oh God. I knew you were going to say that, Andy. I knew it.
Skywest 5130 on the ground at Riverton, ready to copy IFR.
Christy Holstein. LOL.
I'll have your clearance in just a second.
Alright, auto brakes are set. Alright, everything is set.
Departure United 1378 with you, 8,100 climbing to flight level 10.
United 1378, Salt Lake Center, radar contact, cleared direct Kickney, climb and maintain flight level 260.
Clear direct to Kickney, climb and maintain flight level 260, United 1378.
Alright. Go to my cockpit view for a minute.
for 3 Mike Echo.
Perfect.
Right, heading 040 for 3 Mike Echo.
Longitude 3 Mike Echo, turn right heading 040.
Alright.
040 for 3 Mike
Go back
Echo.
to the Christie view. There we go. Alright, we got 23,000 pounds of fuel. And we're down to an hour and basically 1 hour till we start descent. Time we get to descent, we should have around 12,000 pounds of fuel, something like that. $12,000 or $13,000 pounds.
Christy Holstein.
That'd be okay.
Okay.
Yep, you got your view back, my love.
Approach Delta 2282. Can we get clearance for the ILS approach? Cleared ILS runway 19 at Delta 2282.
Delta 2282. Contact Jackson Tower on 118.075.
118.075, Delta 2282.
American 2450, climb and maintain flight level 320.
Climb and maintain flight level 320, American 2450. Requesting maintain 280 until our top descent, United 756.
United 756 approved. Maintain flight level 280 until your descent.
Salt Lake Center, hello, United 1862, descending to flight level 200 for 11,000.
United 1862, Salt Lake Center, good afternoon.
771 Foxtrot, ready to copy IFR.
I am working on that clearance. Stand by.
Her sugar daddy abandons her when she gets caught using a stolen credit card.
Salt Lake Center, Southwest 828
Okay, hold
on
on.
the ground in Jacksonville, looking for my IFR clearance to Salt Lake City.
I get a kick out of some of these videos, y'all. I do.
Alright, Southwest cleared to the Salt Lake City Airport.
Here you go.
Expect radar vectors after departure, then as filed. Climb and maintain 10,000. Expect flight level 280, 10 minutes after departure. Clock 6531, Southwest 828.
Where? And I was like shopping here. I didn't buy anything. And then I looked at my phone and my credit card is like, are you trying to buy from the Louis V store? $3,870.
How much was it?
$3,870. And I was standing there and I'm like, no, like reject, like whatever. And so my first thought is just come here to tell them, see if we can find the person who did it. And I just went in and told them like, hey, it's not me, obviously I'm not in the store. Rejected it. And then I saw like other informations, and then I started like declining them, but they went there. The other one was, I don't know, I went away from my phone. I don't know why. The Louis V one went away, and the other one that stuck that I think went through is for Nordstrom for 1,000 something.
That one did go through.
It did go through. And so I was gonna go to Nordstrom, and I started going that way, then realized it was that way. And then I came back and asked them if they knew, and then they started giving me all the information.
Okay. Did they say that the person who did make, they know who she was, or he?
No, then they said like, oh, they like stay here, and then sorry, I'm nervous.
Yeah.
And then they said that they think they saw it on camera, and then the girl asked me my name, and I told her my name, and she's like, yeah, that's the name they gave. And then they told me to just kind of stay here because I don't want.
Who did you speak to?
First I spoke to one of the salespersons in the Louis V store, and then I think he's the manager, and then the security guy came in.
Gotcha. What time did you last use it? Do you remember?
Last time I used this credit card was last night at the Latin market. But
okay, but did you have it here? Do you think you had it?
I did have it here.
You did have it here, but somehow you.
So I lost it either in the parking lot because when I got out of my car, my wallet was open.
Gotcha.
And everything fell, but I remember grabbing it. I remember grabbing everything.
Right.
Or I did go to the Abercrombie store to make a return, and I took everything out.
Okay.
So it could have been there, it could have been at the parking lot, and I also went to Zara and also did a return.
Gotcha. So different places here. So
those were the 3 places that I went to.
All right, perfect. Yeah, just give me 1 second. Let me figure out. Okay. Okay, gotcha. Which lady is it? Can you? Okay. Gotcha. I'm curious to see.
She made a purchase. The 4038. She said her name was Laura.
Gotcha, which is very.
Oh, somebody in trouble.
Okay.
Somebody getting in trouble. That ain't the airplane squilling, that's the video itself.
Yeah, she got the card. Yeah, I think he's making a purchase now, not her.
Yeah, that actually did go through. So perfect. And how do we know for sure that that was her that made it?
So they only had one declined credit card, and it was her.
Gotcha. I guess one of the salesperson told you.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. The store manager told me that this was the only declined credit card.
Can you just get the store manager for? I don't want to walk in and spook her, or I don't know if he's in front. So you just real quick talk to him right quick, and then I'll try to make contact with him. Okay, we got it.
So, yeah.
Perfect.
You don't have stock credit cards. So I was like, Jackson,
right.
What's going on?
Yeah. Hey, how's it going? Hey, store manager?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so tell me your part. So how did you get involved?
So the client that you just spoke with, she came into the store and said, I just had a charge for this amount, $3,870, that I declined. Like I got a fraud alert on my thing, and I declined it, and it happened here in the time. So someone had stolen my card and then they came to the store.
Okay.
At like literally moments before she walked in, we had just declined the transaction for that exact amount.
Were you a part of that transaction?
I was not.
You was not? Okay,
The client advisor her name's Taylor, she's in there. And so then we put 2 and 2 together and realized that this was the same person. Additionally, the lady you just spoke with, her name was Laura. The client gives a name when they come into the store, they check in. The client that stole her card gave us the name Laura.
Okay.
Right?
Gotcha.
When the card declined, she shared, oh, I'm in a hurry, never mind, I'll just come back later. She quickly disappeared. And then they just stood right over there. Her and another guy that was not with her in store. So he came over here and joined her here. Then after some time, she came back in and now she's in the store re-attempting her purchase.
Gotcha. Do you see the young lady? Can you point her out to me?
Yes, absolutely. She's wearing the black dress with the tattoo on her left arm.
Gotcha. So obviously hers. Gotcha. What are they trying to do now? Do you even know?
They said that they wanted to look at a bag. We pulled a bag out of the windows. We've got one of our managers helping her who knows what the situation is.
Gotcha.
And when we get to point of sale, but normally if a client is just tapping their card and we don't take possession of their card, we actually don't have to check identification on her. But in this situation, Eva is going to make sure that when they go to pay with a card, that we ask for ID.
Gotcha.
Make sure that we check in, right? So likely that will stop whatever kind of foolishness that
Yep, so I mean, it's up to you guys. You guys can continue on with whatever sell y'all are doing, or I could just intervene. So it's up to you if you guys want to just go on or whatever, or I can do whatever.
We'd like to just continue on peacefully in store, not cause a scene. Get to point of sale. Look, if the guy pulls out a card and it matches his ID and it goes through.
Yeah, for that transaction, then yeah, perfect.
I can't do anything, right? If what happens is, I think is going to happen is when we go to ask for ID, they're going to be like, oh, we don't have it, and then they'll be like, all right, we'll come back, and then they leave, and then maybe that's where maybe you can.
Yep. So we'll do it that way. Whenever they come out, I'll just go ahead and talk to them.
That's all I know.
Good. It looks like they're coming out, so I don't know if they
maybe they got. It looks like the transaction went through, so maybe there's no issue. Okay.
Perfect.
All right. Thanks. Give me a call.
Yep. Excuse me. You mind if I talk to you guys for a second?
Sure.
You mind if I talk to you guys? So here, let's get out of the way. So earlier, were you here and made a purchase on a credit card on American, or tried to make a purchase? No. You weren't just here a little while ago and tried to make one and it got declined?
No.
So not you. Are you sure? Where are you at before there?
I just got here not too long ago meeting up my man.
Gotcha. So just a little while ago, you weren't just in there trying to make a purchase for $3,000. It got declined. You walked out, and then he joined you while you were standing over here.
You've been right next to me.
Yeah, but I've known her for a while. I don't know
Right.
what are you trying to get to?
Okay, so they just had a purchase here. Okay.
Wow.
Not just
I'm trying to get a little defensive. I'm sorry. So what's
I get it. That's what I'm trying to explain it to you, but you just interrupted.
That's the first time I've spoken since we met.
Right. You just asked me for what was it getting to, and I was trying to explain the situation, and then you interrupted me. So
I'll wait.
Right. So that was what I'm trying to get to. Okay. So just a little while ago, there was a purchase that was made here at Louis Vuitton. Okay. It was used with a card, and then it got declined. Okay. And so what they just told me was it was you that made the purchase, and then you exited the store. Stood over here.
Looking at a bag.
Yeah, looking at a bag.
I came back. I met my man.
Right.
Came back.
Right. So that's what I was getting to, right? You just said a little while ago
I was here looking at a bag. I was walking around.
And did you use a American Express or Airlines card, Advantage card? No, you did not.
No, I didn't.
Okay. Do you have your ID with you?
What is this for? I'm confused.
Because the card that was used in that transaction was stolen.
Oh no, I don't have a card. I don't have my ID. I literally just came here to meet him.
Okay. So were you here before? Again, so back to that other question. Were you here when he was not here?
Yeah, I was in here walking around. I looked at a bag, and that was it. And then I left, and I met him.
So during that transaction there, like I was saying, that bag, you tried to purchase it.
No.
You did not try to purchase it, and you never handed them. So the cameras there and the transaction whatnot, is that not true? Because I want you to please be completely honest with me, because it's not a big deal.
No, I tried to use my card, but I did not get anything.
So now we're getting more of the story here, right? You see what I'm saying? Okay, so just a minute ago, you gave me like 3 different stories, okay?
It's not 3 different stories. I walked in, I was looking at the
because before this, remember my first interaction with you when I first asked you, did you come here earlier? You told me no. That you came here
I
with
didn't
just
say
him.
I didn't come here
And
earlier.
then
I
you
said
and then you
yes, I
kind of
came
added
here.
information saying that you were then looking at a purse, right?
Looking at a bag.
Okay, gotcha. And then you told me that you did not make a transaction, and
I
now
didn't
hold on, let me finish. Then you told me that you did not make a transaction at all, but then now you just told me that you just used your card, right? So let's get back to the real story,
so what's
okay?
going on now?
I just told you the card that you tried to make a transaction, because I'm just gonna be completely honest with you,
Yeah,
okay?
that's my card.
No. The card that you tried to make a purchase
I only
with.
have my card, so.
Okay. Do you have your ID with you?
No, I don't.
Alright. That's fine. So you have nothing with your name on it inside your purse?
I have my card, yes.
Okay, can you take it out for me? You have any other cards inside of there? So when they look back and try to see the purchase that you tried to make earlier, will it say this card on it?
It should. It didn't go through, so.
So will it? Well, it registers, right? So everything that you do, all the transactions are obviously kept in the computer system. I'm sorry if I'm boring you there.
No, I don't
Okay,
understand
so
what this
is this going to be the card?
Yes,
I'm going to
it
ask
is.
you one time.
Yes, it
okay?
is.
And honestly, we'll probably get you a long ways, right? Because we've already got a little bit tripped up in the truth
I'm telling
story,
you it is.
okay?
I just don't understand what is happening right now.
So like I told you before, all right, I want you to be completely honest. So there's about 400 cameras throughout this mall,
Right.
okay? In Nordstrom, there's cameras, okay?
Okay.
All right, do you know what happened in Nordstrom?
No, I don't.
Okay. So there's cameras all throughout Louis Vuitton as well, okay?
Okay.
All right. And when you present a card,
Right.
when you try to make a transaction, it is logged.
Is law what?
Logged.
Oh,
Logged.
okay, yeah.
L-O-G-G-E-D.
Right, yes.
Okay. So when you tried to make that purchase for that bag, is this going to be the card that is registered in the system?
Yes, that's the only card that I have.
Okay.
I don't understand.
And is
what's the
this your
problem.
name that is on here?
Yes, that is my name.
All right, so since we kind of established Louis Vuitton at Nordstrom, did you go into Nordstrom today?
No, I didn't.
You never went into Nordstrom today?
I walked through there, yeah.
So again, my question.
I walked
did you
through
go through
Nordstrom, yes, I did. I walked
Did you
through.
try to make a purchase or did you make a
No, I
purchase
did
on
not.
Nordstrom?
No.
You did not. Okay. So any other cards inside of your bag right now?
No, there
Do you mind if I look?
No, why do you have to look in my bag? What am I being arrested? Am I being held? Like, what's the problem? And can I have my card back?
Yes, you can have your card back.
Yeah.
1 second.
I don't feel comfortable with you taking my card information.
To be honest, I don't care what you feel comfortable of.
What is
okay?
going on? I don't understand.
Because listen, do you understand what's going on here? I mean,
not at all, man.
Okay, so again, I'll explain the story.
I've been driving over here for about an hour. I told about it immediately in Nordstrom's. I came into Nordstrom's and she said, go to Neiman Marcus, and that's where I went.
Mm-hmm. So again, I'll explain the story. Someone's card was stolen. Okay. We get the person who the card belongs to gets notification from Nordstrom. All right, that a purchase was made for $1,000, a little over $1,000. Okay. And even Louis Vuitton gets the person, she gets another notification that someone is using her card at Louis Vuitton for about $3,000 for a bag. Okay, like I said, there's cameras all over this mall. Every inch of this mall is monitored by the camera surveillance system. Okay. Louis Vuitton, the person who the card belongs to, she gets to Louis Vuitton just a little while ago, alerts them of what's going on. Okay. Obviously, they're able to backtrack and see every transaction and purchase that is made. Okay. So, young lady here, there is who they identified. There's only one declined transaction today for that same amount. And it matches the card number that it was used for that transaction matches the victim's stolen credit card. Okay? And unfortunately, they identified you as being the person who used that card during that transaction. And during that transaction, she said they're saying that she said that told them that her name was Laura, who is the card owner. You get what I'm saying?
So,
and after she hold on one second. Let me just finish this 1 second. So after she makes the transaction, she comes out of the store, stands over here, and then that's when you come and join her.
That's not what happened. That wasn't true. I literally.
So that was earlier, and then you guys go back inside.
That's not what happened.
Okay.
So I met her at Neiman Marcus about 20 minutes ago.
Yep.
Maybe 30.
Yep.
So you just said that I met her here. I didn't.
Well, before, again, she said she was in there quite earlier today.
I wasn't in there.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Right.
She was in there by herself, and at some point she exited, and then she returns with you.
When was she supposed to be in there?
That the exact time, I don't know the exact. But again, that kind of how do they know that?
So they don't know whether or not there's a conflict.
Well, there is no conflict because it matches exactly what they were saying. She was in there, she was in there by herself, looking at a bag, which is exactly what she says. Right? She says, and then she kind of changes the story. First she said she didn't make a transaction, then she said she did try to make a transaction, but it was declined. Right? Then she leaves out, and you guys come back again with you, which is exactly what they said.
Okay,
all right.
So you just said you guys come back.
All right, you guys.
You want to correct that?
I should say she comes back with you. Okay. So you weren't a part of the original thing at all.
Let's take a look where we're at here. All right, we got little over 40 minutes. We'll start our descent. And I'm actually going to probably, because I got to see, something's came up that I got to kind of get done. So let me see. I might pause this till I get this done. Hold on 1 second, guys. Don't go nowhere.
United 1951, flight level 300.
United 1951, radar contact.
Salt Lake City Center, Command 8351 Papa at 8,400. Request flight following to Twin Falls. Command 251 Papa, Squawk 3546 and ident. 3546 ident for Command 251 Papa. Command 251 Papa, radar contact Idaho Falls, altimeter 2974.
FedEx 710 Heavy, contact Salt Lake Center on 132.4.
Switching to Salt Lake Center on 132.4, FedEx 710 Heavy. Salt Lake Center, FedEx 710 Heavy, good afternoon, maintaining flight level 400.
FedEx 710 Heavy, Salt Lake Center, good afternoon.
I'm working on that clearance. Stand by.
Alright, there's 696 Charlie Charlie.
Salt Lake Center, good afternoon. United 219 on flight level 370.
United 219, Salt Lake Center, good afternoon.
Salt Lake clearance, Cessna 101 Bravo is at the ramp requesting IFR, Burt Mooney Airport to Tri-Cities, ready to copy. Salt Lake Center, ETOP 406, 7,600, climbing 10,500.
ETOPS 406, Salt Lake Center, good afternoon, Belgrade altimeter 29.901.
29.901, ETOPS 406.
ETOPS 406, what's your final?
There's 696 Charlie Charlie on the ground in West Yellowstone, ready to pick up my IFR. Charlie Center, ETOPS 406, would like to switch to Helena Tower.
Piedmont 0283, flight level 280, confirmed.
Okay, guys, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to pause this. I've got to take care of something that's very important that I got to deal with real quick. So about 30-40 minutes, and then I'll come back and we'll finish the flight. Brandon, if you want to keep an eye on the stream, by all means. I'm just going to pause. That's going to be the easiest way. So we'll be back, guys. Just hold tight. You know what I'll do? I'll pause it and then I'll disconnect the stream, and then when I'm ready to finish it, I'll come back on live. That's the way we'll do it. So we'll be back, Brandon.
Options menu. Page 1 of 1. Press ESC to resume. Press space to load/save. Press home to restart.